Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator Dupree, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Gillespie Isom, Senator Harkins, Senator Harkness, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Mumford, Senator Norwood, Senator Parks, Senator Pope, Senator Rhodes, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Taylor, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, here. Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Senators, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by the pastor Eric Cooley, who is the senior pastor of New Common Sea Church in Port Gibson, Mississippi. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Butler. Pastor Cooley.
Good morning. Let us pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for this day, for this moment, and for this opportunity to come before you. We thank you for these servants, the servants of the people. We pray right now in the name of Jesus that you would lead and guide and direct them, that they would operate in a spirit of wisdom, that you would give them clarity, give them direction, and we thank you for unity. We thank you that everything that will be done for the betterment of all people. We thank you for it. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor Cooley, and thank you, Senator Butler. Now the reading of the journal, Senator Backwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to introduction of guests, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my privilege this week to introduce our junior pages who are making their way into the chamber right now. I think that everyone, as they walk in, will agree with me. This is the best looking and brightest group of pages I think we have ever had here in this Senate chamber. What a great group. They've already helped us out so much, and looking forward to having them do that for the rest of the week as well. Oh, no. All right, Mr. President, now that they're here, I'll introduce them and ask them to wave when they're introduced. Batting leadoff here for this crew, we have Mr. Levi England from St. Martin. That is my son, everybody. I'm very proud of him. Glad to have him here.
Levi, ready to go, Levi.
Yeah, next, we have Miss Emily Frazier from St. Martin High School. We also have Mr. Parks Greenhall from St. Martin High School. They are all paging for me this week. Paging for the Lieutenant Governor this week, we have Cohen Mader from Madison. We have Cameron Simpson from Jackson, as well as Tristan Vance from Jackson. And ladies and gentlemen, these are Jeanette's grandsons. We also have Mr. William Lenoir. Did I say that right? Lenore? Lenore. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm from the coast, so we pronounce that a little differently. William Lenore and Willow Lenore, both from Clinton. Thank you all for being here. We have Garrison Mumford. That is our own Senator Kamisha Mumford's son. We have Janiyah Lewis from Jackson and Harrison Smith from Jackson. We have Henry McPhillips from Jackson, our friend Manning McPhillips' son. Mr. Luke Bilbo from Oxford, Mississippi. We have Rhymes Kent from Saltillo. Hayes Tyler from Kosciuszko. We have Mr. Finn Williamson from Brandon. That is Miss Alicia Williamson's son. And we have Stone Rigney from Brandon, who is Miss Terry Hammett's son. We have Lila Kate Burnett from Grenada. Addison Wildberg from Hattiesburg. And last but not least, we have Miss Ava Bondurant from Jackson. And I'm sorry, I've got two more that I definitely do not want to miss out, Mr. President. Very special pages for us this week. We have Mr. Derek Simmons, Jr. and Mr. Carter Simmons. Thank y'all all for being here. Y'all are doing a great job so far. Mr. President, if I may, I also have an introduction of the Doctor of the Day. Today, our Doctor of the Day is Mr. Sean Goshen. He just relocated here from Houston down to the coast. He specializes in family medicine. He's a hospitalist at Singing River of Ocean Springs. Senate, let's please make Dr. Goshen welcome. And if I may, one more just quick announcement, Mr. President. It is Miss Kendra Hawkins' birthday today, so let's all be sure to tell her happy birthday when we see her.
All right. Senator Suber.
Introduction.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have Caleb Englehart and his son Jay. On behalf of myself and Senator Parks, I want to welcome you to your state Senate.
Senator Berry.
For an introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the South Gallery also, I have some farmers and members of the Mississippi Simpson County Farm Bureau Federation. If y'all would please stand up and let the Senate make you welcome.
Senator Parks.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Actually, I need an introduction. I apologize.
Okay.
At this time, if we could turn our attention to the South Gallery, and on behalf of Senator Zuber and myself, I'm going to try this really good and see if we can't get this name correct. We're going to ask that Caleb Englert and his son Jay stand and be recognized today. They are from Chickasaw County. They are with the Mississippi Farm Bureau. He currently serves as the Sweet Potato Council president. He just rolled off of the National Sweet Potato Council president, and I would like for us all to make them welcome, and we can expect some sweet treats this week on our desk from the Sweet Potato Council.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Seeing none, we'll go to the calendar. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we go to item 1 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1646, Disaster Trust Fund, increase transfer limits and update current budget standards.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a disaster assistance trust fund bill, and there are 2 sections in the bill, one of which deals with a governor's declaration of a disaster that would allow the MEMA through DFA to pull down funds directly for that purpose. Previously, the law said that they could pull $500,000 down for that up to $1 million per year. So $500,000 per occurrence, $1 million per year. That section is amended to show $2.5 million per occurrence and $5 million per year. There's also another section that even for those disasters where a governor's declaration is not afforded, that they could pull down another amount. I have a proposed amendment to the strike all, Mr. President, and I'd like to be recognized to explain that amendment.
You're recognized to explain the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment would, for those disasters where there's not a governor's declaration of a disaster at that point, that would move from $500,000 per occurrence and $1 million per year up to $1 million per occurrence and $1 million per occurrence and $2 million a year. That's what the amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Now, if there are no questions on the strike all, I'd move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now, if no other questions, I suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Passage by use of the morning roll call. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
One moment. Senator, will you yield for a question?
I do.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, have there been any changes? I know we're all thinking about the disaster that happened in North Mississippi. Have you gotten any information from FEMA about what help may be coming, and has that changed at all from prior disasters as a result of recent federal legislation?
I've gotten bits and pieces, Senator, on that, and this has got nothing to do with that. This is, of course, going forward, allowing MEMA to pull down the money for disaster assistance. But last I heard, I can't even remember what the number was that FEMA was talking about on the ice storm in North Mississippi, but I'm sure we can get that information for you.
But that's not in the, that's not what this
That's
is.
got nothing to do with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Other questions? Seeing none.
No other questions. I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Hobson. I'm sorry, one moment, please.
Thank you.
Senator Blackwell.
Introduction. out of
Please
order.
proceed.
I'd like to ask my colleagues to draw their attention to the South Gallery where we have Jameson Taylor with the American Family Associates, along with Lee and Gretchen Watson with Frontline Families. Please give them a warm Senate welcome.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 2 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1649, state funds make certain transfers to the capital expense fund.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. I move adoption. The strike all has to be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of you will recall that we previously had approved a Main Street revitalization grant program, and in that program were several projects. This was sent to MDA, and there were apparently MDA had some concerns about the way they could administer those funds. Since that time, I think I'm informed that MDA has agreed to administer those funds through this grant program. There are also some additional programs that have been added to the list. I think the number that we had previously was around it was in 2024, $6,972,000. The new amount would include these projects, and I'll list those for you. That would be a project for the Fondurance Renaissance Foundation, and that amount is $411,600. The grant amount requested is, $339,328. Greenwood LaFleur Carroll EDF, that grant amount requested $500,000. Laurel Main Street, $500,000. Macomb Main Street, $400,000. Meridian Main Street, $200,000. Starkville Main Street, $500,000. And Woodville Main Street, $410,000. So that adds an additional $3,247,775. There was one other project in Clinton that had been requested, but that project has been completed, so that has been removed from the list. So that is what this does. This authorizes the expenditure of $9,821,328, again, for those projects that were previously approved and the ones that I just read to you. I'll yield for questions, Mr.
Questions
President.
on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Seeing none, motion is adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Now I'll move passage by use of morning roll call.
Passage by use of morning roll call. Been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Ask that we go to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, bill passes by use of morning roll call. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to item 3 on the calendar, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1653, Local Improvements Project Fund and IHL Capital Improvements Fund, revise certain projects funded with monies from.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Local Improvements Project Fund, and if you happen to be looking at it, it's a pretty hefty bill because it's got some old local improvement projects that we had. This bill has a reverse repealer in it to start with, and then secondarily, we just adopted our language that we passed in the Senate, which simply had a revision for Mississippi Valley State to move money from a new residence hall to repair and renovation of existing residence halls. I know this bill came to us from the House where it had some other local projects where they wanted to repurpose the money, and this is probably the vehicle that we'll use for what I've talked about the last couple of days for local projects. So this is likely to be a vehicle for that if you need to repurpose or reappropriate some funds for those projects to get them utilized. This is the bill we'll need to keep alive. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now move passage by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Opposed, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip item 4, have it retain its place.
Change its place on the calendar. Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins, you're on item 5, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to hold on a motion to reconsider item 6 from yesterday's calendar, House Bill 941, on a motion to reconsider.
One moment, please. House Bill, you got it? Motion to reconsider. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I'd like to skip item 5, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 6, House Bill 669, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 669, Alcoholic Beverages, authorize direct sales and shipments of distilled spirits to be made to residents in the state.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this strike all of the bill basically does two things. It allows, on line 108 of the strike all, it allows for on-premises retailer permittees, they can allow patrons to bring a bottle of wine into a licensed premises for consumption during a meal, provided the permittee charges a corkage fee for such service. They shall not allow consumption of outside alcoholic beverages other than wine under this section. And then the other part is it addresses the wine shipment reporting to semi-annual instead of quarterly. So those are the two things that the strike all addresses. And if there are no questions, I would move adoption of the strike all. There is a reverse repealer in the bill. In the strike all.
Motion, seeing no questions, moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If there are no further questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Chisholm, no. Harness, no. Norwood, no. Frazier, no. Tate, no. Turner Ford, no. Anyone? Seymour, no. Anyone? Pardon me? Butler, no. Anyone else? Who's that, sir? Isom, I'm sorry. No. Anyone else? Present. Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. We're on item 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 1620, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1620, Bayou Casada Industrial Zone Establishment Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the bill.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Mr. President, the chairman does have an amendment at the proper time, but this bill only applies to Jackson County. It's the same bill that we passed in the Senate. The different language is that this bill doesn't have the language regarding in lieu agreements, but it is creating an economic zone around Chevron Refinery. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, we're ready for your motion? If you got an amendment,
Mr. President, yes, I think there's an amendment.
All right, let's have the amendment, please.
The amendment is just a reverse repealer.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator?
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill.
No further questions. Move final passage on the morning roll
Use
call.
of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Recorded voting no. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Thank you. Senator Kirby. Senator Kirby. Pass and retain. We want to welcome Representative Brent Anderson here. Welcome to the Senate. We're always glad to have you here. That's your coast delegation applying for you. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Senator Michelle. First, Senator Barrett. Senator Barrett first, Senator Michelle on motions to reconsider. Pass and retain. Number 29. Number 30, Senator Wiggins. Motions to reconsider.
Mr. President, I go to item 30, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 18, Chrissy Casey Noble, Bentonio, Mississippi, Director of the Mississippi Office of Capital Post-Conviction Counsel, 4-year term effective August 1st, 2025 and ending July 31st, 2029.
Mr. President, my motion will be to table the motion to reconsider. I do know that Senator Sparks is the one who held the motion and wants to address the Senate.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many of you know, I practice criminal law, and I also serve as a public defender. And so I'm assigned clients. And it doesn't matter what they've done. I'm assigned a client, and they have constitutional rights. And when it comes to the point I can't give 100% in a representation, I need to go home and not do that job anymore. That's the nature of the Mississippi Office of Capital Post-Conviction Counsel. They may have political beliefs as it relates to the death penalty, but they have to set those aside. They have to defend. But October of last year, the state carried out its duties as it relates to an individual who was convicted of murder. This individual in 1993, while 4 days prior to facing charges of aggravated assault and rape, has been through the Supreme Court all of the protections that are afforded, but yet 4 days before his trial in 1993, Christy Ray was killed and assaulted. And I just want to stress, when you send something out under state offices that are flattering to someone who has been through the process and has been convicted of murder and was ultimately executed for that, the name on your lips should be Christy Ray, and Mary Ray, her mother, and Tommy Ray, her father, who for over 30 years have mourned the loss of their daughter. So I held this on a motion. I'm not going to ask for a revote because I know how hard the job is that they have over at Post-Conviction Relief. But don't make it harder on victims by praising people that are not worthy of your praise. I know a Savior that can save from the guttermost to the uttermost. This is not about whether somebody knows the Lord. This is about whether justice can be served and was served, and yet the whole still remains for the family of Christy Ray. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. 31, Senator Younger. Senator Younger, pass and retain. Senator Michelle.
I'd like to go to item 32, please, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1117, Creating Transparency and Accountability in Dental Services Act, create to require annual reporting.
The motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Rhodes, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Introduction of guests.
Please proceed. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please proceed,
in the
Senator.
South Gallery, we have today with us Mr. Matt Bays and the Pleasant Hills Mennonite School. If y'all would stand and let the Senate welcome you this morning.
Welcome to the Senate. Senator Fillingane, pass and retain. Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson, pass and retain. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan, we're on item 35. One moment, please. Pass and retain. All right, for one moment. Senator Harkins, for what purpose, sir?
I'd like to call up House Bill 941 on the motion to reconsider.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, sir.
I move to reconsider.
First, we need to read the title, I think, sir.
Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, extend repeal or enact and related tax incentives.
Okay, now we're ready, Senator.
My motion is to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
My next motion is to is to reconsider the vote by which the amendment passed.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
All right. So we're okay. I have to move that the committee amendment, move adoption of the committee amendment, and I'm going to ask the body to vote no so we can reconsider the bill for a further amendment to
All in
correct some
favor
language.
signify by saying aye. All opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, Senator. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back on the bill. So the strike all in the Senate bill language that was not in the amendment, we added, MDA wanted to add some language on the Healthcare Zone Act that the definition of hospitals was just I believe it had a component of 25 beds, and that was left out of the original strike all. So that was what the addition, this is the same version we passed in Senate Bill 2825 that's before you. Same repealer deadline of 2028. It just adds that language on the hospital number of beds.
Where is that, sir? Is that on the screen?
Where is it? Okay.
That's the wrong, I know, but where is it?
So
Is that the whole amendment? would you scroll down, please, sir?
It's actually at the beginning.
You didn't give it to me. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Line 35, sir?
It's on line 35 of the strike all, for the lease amendment
You don't have
25
35
acute
up,
care
you have 37.
beds.
Line 35. It's not up here. There it is. Okay. All right, we got it on the screen, Senator. Right, we're ready to go now.
So, my motion is we move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
No further question, move final passage on the morning roll call.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Board is voting no. Blunt, no. Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Harkins. We're back on the calendar. Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar. Pass and retain. For concurrence, Senator England. Senator England. Pass and retain. Thank you, sir. Senator Delano. On 38, Senate.
I'd like to ask item number 38, or bring it up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2263, law enforcement officers of the Department of Marine Resources require probable cause to board or stop a vessel.
I'd like to invite conference and be asked to be recognized for an explanation.
You're recognized to explain.
Yeah, we've had a couple of points that we've been working out with the department on this, as well as some of the concerns that were brought up in committee. So we're going to invite conference, and that is my motion at this time.
Questions? Questions? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Thank you. Senator DeBar, pass. Senator Boyd. Senate, we're on item 40. Senator Boyd is recognized.
I call up item number 40 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2524, Mississippi Post-Secondary Attainment Council established.
Permission to explain.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
The House has put a reverse repealer in this bill, so I make the motion we do not concur, invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Barrett. Yes, sir. Senator Barrett, we're on item 41, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 41, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2597, DFA, authorizes the transfer and conveyance of ABC Warehouse to Madison County Economic Development Authority.
Thank you. This was a permission to explain the bill.
You're recognized.
This was the bill dealing with the Madison County ABC Warehouse. There was a lot of questions about this, so my motion would be that we do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Barrett. 42.
I'd like to go to 42, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2599, DPS property in Lauderdale County, Mississippi, authorized DFA to sell and convey.
Mr. President, my motion would be that we do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Barrett. Senator Carter. Senator Carter, item 43, Senate.
I'd like to call up item 43, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2787, school districts required to test liquefied petroleum gas piping systems in their facilities.
My motion is we do concur and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized.
So, working through this bill, we heard from a bunch of the plumbers. This is the natural gas testing in school districts, and a lot of the school districts just don't have the capacity as far as plumbers go. So what we did, working with the House, is the change is that 50% of the school districts have to have this testing done within the calendar year, and then it gives them another year. So basically, it's 2 years to get this testing done, and that's what the change was to the bill. Now I'll be happy to entertain questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Introduction when he finishes his bill.
Thank you. Senator Turner Ford.
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this a one-time test or is this, how often?
These are reoccurring tests. I mean, the original bill was annual, but like I said, we heard from plumbers throughout the state, and they simply just cannot test these school districts all on an annual basis. They did convey that they can do it. They can do half of the school districts within an academic year, and that's what the change is to this bill. But this is an ongoing process.
And so the schedule, would there be a schedule of every other year for the testing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Norwood's recognized.
Thank you,
Only
Senator
if it's a friendly question.
Always friendly. Thank you, Senator Carter. Is there a cost, do you know the cost that's associated with?
So if you recall, when we were past that original bill, there's a fund set aside by Atmos and the gas companies that are assisting with the finances on this.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
No further questions, Senator Carter.
My motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Hill, you recognize for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe in the West Gallery, we have representing the Mississippi Federation of Women's Clubs. We have their officers and parents and juniorettes from the counties of Calhoun, Chickasaw, and Smith, and we have one from Poplarville, Mississippi. And I'd like for y'all to stand and let us recognize you. Actually, they're in the North Gallery. And I have a special high school friend, Lori Vion. Can you just wave at us? We graduated together. She still likes me after all these years. And Darlene Adams, a dear friend of mine for many, many years that has worked with this club. Thank y'all so much. Give them a big round of applause.
Senator Harkins. Item 44, sir. Pass and retain. Senator Barnett, pass and retain. Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. Senate, we're on 47. Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Call up item 47, SB 2368, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2368, Higher Education Legislative Plan Grant Program Amend.
Permission to explain.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
The House made a technical change to this, ensuring that the law enforcement, this bill was about expanding, making sure that somebody that had died in the line of duty, their child could be impacted by the scholarship fund that we have. And this made a very technical change to it, and also they changed the effective date of this act. So it's very nominal changes. So my motion is that we do concur.
You show that on the map, please. Where's the change?
The change is the effective date.
Can you find it down there? There it is.
$217.
One moment. Does this cover the little girl whose husband? Does this cover the little girl whose father died? Okay, seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Boyd. That young lady will very much appreciate your efforts, Senator Boyd, for her father who died in the line of duty. Senator Thompson. Senator Thompson. Senator Michelle. Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 50 on today's calendar. Have a title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2526, Rural Water Oversight Committee creating the prescribed duties of.
The motion is we do concur, and I'd ask that Senator Williams be recognized to
Senator
explain.
Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Senate Bill 2526. You may recall we spent a good bit of time, a healthy discussion on this a few weeks ago. It comes back to us with three changes. Those three changes are, number one, the reverse repealer is removed from this bill. Number two, we have inserted some language. The following language is inserted: paying the annual salaries of 3 employees hired by the statewide by a statewide nonprofit organization with an established circuit rider program. This just allows the administrative component to be done by this nonprofit, not by the committee itself. As I mentioned before, there's no general fund money for this. The Rural Water Revolving Loan Fund is where the funds will come from. The third thing is this left here with an amendment. That amendment is no longer part of the bill. Other than that, the bill is identical to what we started with, and I would yield for questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question.
You have Senator?
Yes, I did.
Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just didn't hear the last part of what you said, the third.
The third thing changes, we had an amendment that we passed and put in the bill. That amendment is no longer in the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator?
Motion is acceptance concurrence.
Motion is
by use of the morning roll call.
That's right. Motion to concur by use of the morning roll call.
Thank you.
Anyone object? Voting no? Present? No. Turner Ford. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Barrett. Item 51, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked to go to item 51 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2596, MDOT authorizes transfer and conveyance of certain real property to the city of Ridgeland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that I be recognized to explain the bill.
You're recognized, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was a bill that was brought before us by Senator Michelle. The House has put some language in it regarding the city of Gulfport. I would like to get with our local senators from Gulfport, discuss that. So my motion would be that we do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
One moment. Senator Barrett.
Okay. Yeah, okay. It's just how he says it, huh?
Okay, thank you, Senator. All right. Senator Boyd, pass and retain. Senator Whaley, pass and retain. Senator Blackwell, pass and retain. Senator Barnett, pass and retain. Senator Harp. Oh, okay, sorry. Senator Chasnow, you're recognized on item 55.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2778, Community Service Revolving Fund, extend repeal on authority to collect fees from parole offenders for deposit into.
The motion is that we do not concur but invite conference.
Motion is not to concur, invite conference. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
May I briefly say something about Senator Barnett, sir?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spoke with Senator Barnett last night, and he sounded very well, and I'm so heartened to tell you that he hopes that he'll be back to work with us before the session is ended, so let's continue to pray for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay. Senator Harkins.
I'd go to item 56, Senate Bill 2828, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2828, Money Transmission Modernization Act, require licensee to charge fee of $278G and general fund refundable via income tax credit.
My motion is we do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator Barnett, Senator DeBar, Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane, we're at 59, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get that item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2110, Child Neglect, create crime related to the deprivation of necessary supervision.
The motion is that we do not concur but invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Senator Thompson, pass and retain. Senator Barrett, pass and retain. Senator Simmons, you're recognized. Senator Derek Simmons, item 62, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, we go to item 62 on today's calendar, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2432, state inmate housing rate, allow counties to contract services.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House inserted a reverse repealer. My motion will be that we do not concur and invite conference.
Motion not to concur and invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson. Pass and retain. Senator Barrett. Pass and retain. Senator Younger. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 65, call it up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2654, State Security Operations Center, create within the Mississippi Department of Information Technology Services.
Mr. President, my motion is that we do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson. Senator Wiggins. We're on 68, Senate.
Go to item 68, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2726, Mississippi Opioid Settlement Fund Advisory Council, bring forward provisions related to.
The motion is do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins on 69, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 69 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2825, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2825, Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, revised certification requirements, extend repeal on act and related incentives.
My motion is we do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Harkins. 70.
I'd like to go to item 70, Senate Bill 2834, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2834, distinctive motor vehicle license tag, authorized issuance to supporters of shower power.
My motion is we do not concur and invite
All in
conference.
favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 71, sir. 71, Senator. Pass and retain 71 and 72. Senator Hobson. Pass and retain 73 to 75. Senator Harkins, 76, sir. Okay, one moment. 76, Senate.
I'd like to go to that item, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3111, alcohol taxes, markup, and other charges exempt up to 10 cases of wine donated annually by a committee to nonprofits.
My motion is we do not concur and invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. Senator Harkins, pass and retain. All right, in conference. General bills will pass and retain. Senator England. Senator England would be on 94. Senator Bryan, did you have one before that, sir? Did I miss one? No, we had skipped, sir, after we got to the general bills. I didn't see any hands, so one moment, Senator. We got to general bills, beginning with 79, Senator Bryan. Did you have anyone on that before I get to Senator?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to take up item 82.
All right, 81 retains its place on the calendar. 82, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1152, Right to Try Medical Cannabis Act, create.
I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move adoption of the committee amendment, and I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
We're on a strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. In House Bill 1152, Section 1, it creates the Right to Try Medical Cannabis Act. In Section 2, it establishes definitions necessary to implement a petition-based pathway for patients eligible outside the existing list of qualifying medical conditions. Section 3 adds a new code to allow for patients with non-qualifying disability or terminal illnesses to be considered for inclusion in the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Program. Section 4 gives the state health officer full authority to determine eligibility of right to try patients. Section 5 adds language in pre-existing statute and regulations regarding good standing of medical practitioners engaged in the medical cannabis program. In Section 6, it adds language allowing the Department of Health to limit the type, form, or volume of cannabis authorized for patients under the Right to Try Act. Section 7 establishes an annual reporting requirement for the Department of Health for the Right to Try program to be submitted to the chair of the Senate Public Health Committee and the chair of the House Drug Policy Committee on an annual basis. Section 8 is a legal disclaimer that nothing in this act shall be construed to A, require the violation of federal law, B, authorizes interstate transport or distribution of cannabis, or C, interfere with employment, drug policies, or school regulations. Section 9 gives rulemaking authority for right to try to the Department of Health. Section 10 brings forth all existing definitions in the Medical Cannabis Act to permit patients and practitioners to participate in the right to try. It also adds non-residents to the definition of qualifying patients, provided they see a doctor in person and in state with a bona fide relationship and receive a medical cannabis card. Section 11 gives patients participating in the medical cannabis program precedent over the rest of the Right to Try Act. This means that even if their condition is not covered by the Medical Cannabis Act and they are approved through the Right to Try, then they have to abide by all the rules of the Medical Cannabis Act. That's an explanation of the bill. I yield for questions.
Okay. Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
I'd like to speak on the bill.
Senator McClendon. For what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Will you for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Blackwell. Is there a provision where if you live out of state, you can come and try marijuana in this?
There's nothing that says you can be out of state and come and try marijuana here in this state.
Can you live out of state and be a first-time purchaser?
If you're qualified, yes.
Does Tennessee have a medical marijuana dispensary laws?
To my knowledge, no.
So our neighboring border could come down. Is that correct?
If this bill passes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions, Senator England?
I have an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
One moment, please. Other questions on the bill? Other questions? Okay, Senator Hill. One moment, please. Senator Delano.
Would the chairman yield?
Yes.
So I've had some complaints from constituents and business owners on the coast that have seen quite a few ads for cannabis dispensaries from Louisiana and other neighboring states along I-10. Is there anything in this bill that would address that issue regarding the advertisements from billboard companies?
No, sir. There's not in this bill. I have brought that to the attention of the Department of Health because it is in violation of our state laws. And so to have folks from out of state advertising in state would appear to be a conflict.
Okay, great. I want to work with you on that a little bit later after this. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Okay. So, Senator Hill, you wanted to speak, please, ma'am.
Just a couple of things on the bill. From what I can understand, this bill now allows doctors to bypass becoming certified medical cannabis doctors and be able to send somebody to the health department and then let the health department have the final say as to whether they are a candidate for medical cannabis. So from what it looks like, it's bypassing the original law for a doctor not to have to get certified as a medical cannabis doctor, so that any doctor that's treating anybody that thinks that they want their patient to try it, they can send them on to the health department, and then the health department makes the final decision. And my concern is that Dr. Edney and the health department, they've got a lot of stuff going on. And, you know, I may be wrong, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told that Megan's Law that came over from the House, that would have created a study and brought some awareness to amniotic fluid embolisms, because we're supposed to be really concerned about maternal death when women are pregnant or have babies and die. And I was told that the health department didn't have time to take up Megan's Law because they had so much other stuff on their plate. So my concern is that they're more than willing to spread more cannabis patients and take up that time to decide whether or not they're going to let somebody try cannabis for some condition that's not listed in our original law, but yet they, from what I'm told, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, I was told that they didn't have time to take up Megan's Law, which dealt with amniotic fluid embolisms that killed a young mother in my district, and left the husband with a newborn and 2 other children. And I think if we're serious about maternal and fetal, then we need to be looking at that maybe even more heavily than we look at expanding medical cannabis. Medical cannabis is a moneymaker, but I think we must have our priorities screwed up right here whenever we kill Megan's Law that's looking at things that are taking young mothers out of this world and leaving babies without a mother, but yet we're willing to jump on this and spend whatever time it takes to get somebody else on medical cannabis. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think everybody should have on their desk a letter from, it's been signed by 55 practitioners who support this bill. The Department of Health spoke in support of the bill in committee, and I move for adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move for final passage by the use of morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Okay. Wish to be recorded as voting no. Chisholm, Hartness, Berry, Whaley, Johnson, Suber, McCon, McClendon, Tate, Hill, DeBar. Present? Okay. Brumfield present. No. No. Sparks. No. Barrett. No. Hobson. No. Lane. Taylor. No. Taylor. No. Fillingain. Anyone else? No. No. Parks. Anyone else? Present. Anyone else? One moment, please. Bill passes with 17 noes, 1 present. 83, Senator Bryan.
I would like to pass that item and have it retain its place.
84, Senator Fillingane. 83 retains its place on the calendar. 84, Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. Senator DeBar. Pass and retain. Senator Johnson. 86, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass item 86 and ask that it remain at its place on the calendar and go to item number 87, ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1625, Virtual Currency Kiosks, require licensure in accordance with Money Transmission Modernization Act.
I'll make the usual motions.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has some changes that were, this bill is in regards to virtual currency kiosks. In the state, we have approximately 300 kiosks that are located in various places like fueling stations or gas stations. They look similar to an ATM, but they are not an ATM. And what people do is put cash into these machines. They upload it to a digital wallet where the facilitator of that machine or the operator will convert it to a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin for a fee, and then that money is held there and can be transferred to other digital wallets. What we are seeing is that these are broadly used for scamming people. There's plenty of news articles out right now about people who have lost thousands and thousands of dollars in these machines throughout Mississippi and around the world. We don't have any current or laws on the books regarding these types of machines to have them registered, to have them regulated, or to do anything to prevent people from being scammed on these machines. We don't even know an accurate number of how many people and for how much money are generally scammed with these, because a lot of people either A, don't report them, or when they go to report them to a local law enforcement, they're told that there is no law being broken because they voluntarily put the money into the machine and transferred it out. In our committee meeting, we heard from the Attorney General's office and the Mississippi Department of Banking and Consumer Finance. They gave us feedback on ways that other states are regulating these machines. And so in this bill, we put in a reverse repealer because we are not prepared yet to minimize the harm on people who would want to use these machines for legal purposes, but yet do the maximum we can to help protect people from using these that are being scammed. And so with the Senate's indulgence, I would like to pass this with the reverse repealer in and continue to work on it into conference.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion is that we pass it using the morning roll call.
We got to adopt the strike call, Senator.
Oh, yes, my motion is to adopt the strike call.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready.
I move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Michelle. Senator DeBar. Senator Barnett. Pass and retain 91 and 90. Retain their place on the calendar. Senator Barrett. Pass and retain. Senator Hickman. Pass and retain. Senator England. Now we're on 94, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 94 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 858, OMR, voting equipment, prohibit from being capable of establishing wireless connections during an election.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is a very simple bill. It says that if there are any OMR vote tallying machines that are capable of having wireless connections during elections, that must not be used. That hardware must not be used during elections. Typically, these machines do not have access to things like Bluetooth and wireless connection, but before we started getting down that road, there were a few counties that purchased equipment that does have that. So this just says that they are prohibited from allowing that wireless connection to be in use during elections. That's what this bill does. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 95 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
08, absentee ballots. Require receipt day before federal election if U.S. Supreme Court rules federal laws preempt state.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, currently there is a case before the United States Supreme Court that is looking at whether ballots can be accepted after Election Day. We had a bill that we passed in here during COVID that allowed for mail-in ballots to be received up to 5 days after the election. That is now, again, as I said, before the Supreme Court. What this bill does is if the Supreme Court does rule that federal law preempts our state law, that we cannot accept ballots after Election Day, this bill will then trigger this law that says that mail-in ballots must be received the day before the election. That is what this bill does. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Blackman.
Introduction.
One moment. Senator Wiggins.
I'm just curious, when you say that's what this bill does, is that the strike all or is that the House bill?
This is the House bill. There is no strike all in this bill. You'll see the language that's bold and
I see.
underlined.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Questions? Seeing none.
My motion is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Blunt, no. Norwood, no. Simmons, no. Frazier, no. Dupree, no. Gillespie Isom, no. Mumford, no. Blackman, no. Turner Ford, no. Simmons, S, no. Jackson, no. Pope, no. Brumfield, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Noes noted. 96. Whoop, I'm sorry. I didn't see the light up on. Senator McCon, for what purpose? For a call to vote.
As to the vote.
Please proceed.
If Senator Thomas was here, he would be nay, and I'm a yay.
Pear, Thomas, McCon, Carter.
If Senator Butler were here, he would vote nay. I vote aye.
Pear, Carter, Butler, Thompson.
Mr. President, to the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Hickman was here, he would vote nay, and I'd vote aye.
Pear to the vote. Hickman, Thompson, Senator Suber.
Announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator Barnett was here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Any other pairs? Thank you, Senators, for taking care of those not here. Appreciate you. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Number 96, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask that we pass number 96, and I ask that it be moved to the heel of the calendar.
Move to the heel of the calendar. Senator Simmons, D. Pass and retain. Turner Ford. Senator Turner Ford. Pass and retain. Senator Thompson. Senate, we're on 99.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we pass number 99 and move it to the heel of the calendar. Go to item number 100, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, 99 to the heel of the calendar. Mr. Clerk, item 100.
House Bill 1640, DHS required to employ commercial wage verification services to get information for eligibility determination for benefits.
I ask that Senator Sparks, or make the usual motions.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Ask that Senator Sparks be recognized to explain the
Senator,
bill.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
House Bill 1640 continues to address the issue of the SNAP error rate. I will have an amendment at the appropriate time. I'll be glad to explain the bill before the amendment. This simply directs the Department of Human Services to employ a commercial wage verification service regulated under the Fair Credit Reporting Act, and this should help us lower our error rate. This shall be in effect and in force after passage so that they can move quickly to do this. And the amendment that I would offer would exempt them from the Public Procurement Review Board for the purpose of purchasing this software as a service in a prompt and timely manner, as the measuring year began in October of 2025, so time is of the essence. I would yield to any questions as relates to the amendment or to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Blackman, 1 second, I'll come back to you. I'm sorry I missed you earlier. Senator England?
Yes, I have an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Hill?
Just a question on the amendment.
Certainly.
Yes, please proceed.
So all the amendment does is just exempt them so that they can go ahead and procure this service
On this particular
that,
item,
that
that's
they
correct.
probably should have done 4 or 5 years ago when the feds quit providing the money for it.
That's correct.
But that's all it does.
That's all it
Doesn't
does.
repeal the HOPE Act.
No, the HOPE Act's not in this bill.
Yeah.
That was Senate Bill
Okay.
2765,
Yeah.
which died on the committee in the House.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Norwood?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks, do you have dollar amounts that we paid in the error rates?
If we fail to lower our error rate from the 10.69 that we had last year, it will cost the state $128 million annually.
No, but we didn't have to pay. When did we last pay it? Do you know, or did we pay it?
We've never paid it before. The current federal administration has shown that they are going to implement what would in essence be a penalty, which would be a clawback. So the services would still be provided by the state of Mississippi, but where the federal government provides this money, because we fail to get the error rate below the proper amount, they would then bill the state of Mississippi back $128 million. So we would perform no additional services, but it would cost the state of Mississippi $128 million more dollars.
And those dollars will come from general funds?
They would most likely come from the general fund. We'd have to come up with it somehow. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Blunt? Pass. Okay. We're on the bill. Senator?
Move for adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay.
If there are no further questions, move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none. Senator Blackman, you recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, we have Lacey Harper Mack and Latricia Lynn Washington, members of the Mississippi Cosmetology and Barber Association. Please make them feel welcome.
Senator England?
Yes, I have 2 introductions, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the West Gallery, we have a good friend of mine, Mr. Josh Barton. He's the executive director of the Home of Grace down in Van Cleve, which is a faith-based addiction recovery program. It's a great program. Josh, we're very excited to have you here today. Let's make him feel welcome. Also, Mr. President, in the South and West Gallery, we are honored today to have Dr. Mary Graham and Sherry Smith from Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, and with them is Coach Brad Thornton, the golf coach, and some members of the golf team. They are back-to-back national champions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please make them feel welcome.
Hard to do that. Good to see you, Mary. Good to have you back, Sherry. Good to see you back. Congratulations to the golf team. Senator Boyd,
Introduction.
please proceed.
In the gallery today, we have Ms.
Lisa McElreath of Oxford, who's here with the Mississippi Cosmetology Board and has been working very hard. Thank you for your service.
Okay, Senator Johnson, pass and retain item 101. Senator Whaley. 102, Senator. Pass and retain 102 and 103. Pass and retain. Senator Carter, you recognize Senator on 104.
I'd like to pass and retain 104 and go to 105 by the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1563, Municipal Utilities, revised composition of the commission.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Okay, so this is a bill that was requested, and we had some discussion in committee, and I need to adopt a committee amendment at the appropriate time. But basically, whenever the city of Canton went in front of the PSC for a rate increase, they were granted a 25% rate increase, and they just did it all at once. But it affected some people outside of the municipality that pay for water services, and they have no representation on that board. So that's the reason for the bill to add 2 members to the board. But with discussion in committee, the board structure, some committee members wanted to work further through the process. So I have a committee amendment adding a reverse repealer, and I need to adopt that, but I will take questions before I adopt that committee amendment.
Seeing none, we're on the amendment.
My motion is we adopt the committee amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
My motion is passage on the morning roll call as amended.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have this situation in my county as well, where you have people who live further than 1 mile out of the municipality, and they're getting water service from a municipality. Is this bill just you mentioned Canton. Is this a Canton-only bill?
Well, so that was the discussion in committee. That's why I added a reverse repealer in it, so where we can, there's other districts that have the same issue, and we need to identify those and work further through the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Carter. Senator Hill.
Just one more question from a former desk mate.
Angela, you're killing me. Go ahead.
So there's nothing in here about the 1 mile radius of like what was in that other bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator McCon.
Question.
You for a question, Senator. Senator McCon is recognized.
Senator, I appreciate your work. I'm on your committee, but I wanted to clarify one thing on here. And this is in line 65. It says, notwithstanding any provision in law, in any municipality that establishes a utility board or commission. Now, we're talking about them setting up that board or commission. We're not talking about if the municipality itself runs it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Senator, we've adopted the amendment.
Motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Please record a voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator 106.
I'd ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1632, Community Public Wastewater System Infrastructure Sustainability Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Okay, so this is, if y'all recall earlier in session, we passed the grading systems for water and sewer systems. This is the same bill. The House just combined the two to make it a little more easier. We did put a reverse repealer in committee. I would like to defeat that amendment, and I have another amendment behind it. So I would like to call up that amendment and ask that the Senate votes against that amendment.
Just 1 second. We have the amendment up. So, Senator, one moment, please.
Committee amendment.
Okay.
And I'll say the reason why I put a reverse repealer in committee is because I was waiting for some language from MDEQ, which is going to be in the next amendment that I proposed to the bill.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, Senator.
Okay, back on the bill, I have another amendment to the bill. Okay, this is language that was proposed by MDEQ. It's with their grading systems with sewer. They didn't need the personnel that the Department of Health did, and so this just establishes what they need, and that's the amendment. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
No questions, Senator.
I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
All right, my motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Present, Turner Ford. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes by use of morning roll call. 107, sir.
I'd like to call it up, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1664, Mississippi Video Service Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Okay, so Mississippi received over $1 billion in federal funding for broadband deployment in rural areas. This legislation will help cable internet providers deploy faster in areas that do not have adequate broadband service. Cable companies are only companies that pay a statewide video franchise fee to the locals up to 5% of gross revenue. This is an additional to any local permitting and right-of-way fees imposed by the cities and counties. In many instances, this delays obtaining a local franchise have created, in many instances, delays in obtaining a local franchise have created significant delays in federal broadband projects, putting these projects at risk for completion by the federally mandated timelines. A statewide franchise agreement issued by the Secretary of State would expedite broadband deployment in the state to areas that need it the most. Mississippi and Alabama are the only southern states that do not have a statewide franchise. Some states, like Florida and Louisiana, prohibit local municipalities and counties from any additional permitting fees since a statewide franchise fee is already imposed on cable providers. Cable Association has a compromise with MML on this point, and local governing authorities can impose reasonable direct permitting costs on cable providers. So, talking to MML, they were obviously opposed to this bill at the very beginning. Put MML and the Cable Association in the same room. They negotiated. All of MML's amendments were accepted, and the strike all takes the reverse repealer out, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Seeing no questions, we're ready?
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Yeah, adopt the strike all.
Adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready.
Passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call being requested. Anyone voting no? Present? Seeing none? I'm sorry. Present? Isom? Gillespie Isom is present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. One present. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator Delano. Senator Delano, we're on 109, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have the title read for item number 109.
Please proceed, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 683, Jackson County, including prohibition of using a purse seine for the taking of fish within 1 mile of the shoreline.
Make the usual motions.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Several years ago, we passed a bill that outlawed the use of a purse seine within 1 mile of the shoreline for Harrison County and Hancock County. All this bill does is includes the county of Jackson for this exclusion for use of a purse seine. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Seeing no questions,
If there are no questions, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Vote no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Delano.
like to be recognized for item number 110 on today's calendar and
Mr.
have the
Clerk,
title
please
read.
read the title.
House Bill 734, oyster reef, clarifying designation of public reef for purpose of leasing.
Go ahead and you make the usual motions.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'm going to like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, several years ago, we did a program where we provide leases for water bottoms off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. There's been some lawsuits. There's been some work that's been done between the department and the industry. The department has come to us with this bill. We put a reverse repealer in it. We'd like to have a little additional time to work on this with our House counterparts to come up with a map that our delegation can look at and determine if this is in the best interest of the citizens for Mississippi. So that's an explanation of the strike all, and I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
If there are no questions, I'll move for adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
And then I'll move for final passage by the use of the morning
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Voting vote is no. Present? I'm sorry. Philman? No. Philman? Ladner? No. Senator Ladner? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. One no vote. Item 111.
111, can I have the bill called up and have the title read?
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1466, crawfish and seafood, revise certain provisions relating to labeling requirements.
Again, we have a strike all on this, and I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you. As you know, we have a labeling bill that we've been working on with the department and the industry over a number of years. The amendments that come to us today are from a coordinated effort between the grocery stores of our state, the restaurants, and the fishermen, as well as DMR. They've held a number of hearings over the summer, and they've come to us with this bill. What this includes is a country of origin, or a change in the country of origin in what is required by restaurants to show on their menus. In other words, if someone has an item that is a Chilean sea bass, for example, well, there's no need for us to put next to it that it's an import because obviously it's from Chile, being that it's in there. Same thing with Argentine Royal Reds. If it has the name of the country that it comes from, then we're not going to require them to put an import right next to that. So that's the first thing that we did to make it a little bit easier for our restaurants. The second thing is that with respect to the menus, you may have seen this already used for other instances, but we're going to follow a protocol where you can put an icon next to the item, and that icon would represent whether it's imported or it's domestic. And then there has to be a legend that's included on the same page as this item to tell people exactly what those icons stand for. This is also in practice for things that are gluten-free or that may not contain shellfish or proteins. So that's an explanation for that particular part of it. The last thing is that when you're at a grocery store, there are items that are packaged and brought in to our country under the Federal Cool Act. They have federal requirements for that, and we do not want to make the grocery stores duplicate what's already required under the Cool Act. However, if they do have fresh product that's provided at the grocery store, then they would fall underneath this particular act to make sure that any of the fresh items are shown as domestic or imported. There is a reverse repealer in this bill, and that's an explanation of it, Mr. President.
Okay, we need the usual motion first, sir, Senator. That's all right. Make your usual motion.
I apologize, Mr. President.
That's
Let's
all
go ahead
right.
and make the usual motions.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator Blunt, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Delano. I just got this ticket for lunch today, and it says that I can have the Polish sausage po' boy. And I'm wondering what the effect of this bill would be on Polish sausages, French fries, and Belgian waffles.
Well, actually, this only applies to seafood and crawfish, so you're good.
So
You can get whatever Polish that you need to do.
All right, so thank you.
All right.
If there are no other questions, I'll move for adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Present? McMahon? Anyone else? Senator Michelle? Senator Fillingane?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 113, called up and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 538, Sanctuary Policies, prohibit certain government entities' employees from adopting or interfering with federal immigration enforcement.
I make the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And if I
You're
could be recognized to explain the strike all, and then I
recognized.
do have an amendment to the strike all as well, Mr. President.
All right. You're recognized to explain the strike all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the House's version of a bill that we had passed similarly earlier in the session, basically requiring the local law enforcement officials to work in cooperation with the federal government in immigration issues. However, there are a couple of sections that we found a bit problematic potentially. So the amendment to the strike all would do the following things. It would delete on the strike all before you lines 49 through 56, and the reason for that is there was a waiver of sovereign immunity language written in by the House, and I've heard from a number of mayors and folks of that nature that have some issues with that. So the amendment to the strike all would strike lines 49 through 56 from the strike all, and it would delete all of Section 2 because that was a code section merely brought forward without any changes by the House. And certainly, if they're not making any changes, we don't need the section in front of us. It does leave the reverse repealer from the strike all, which is Section 3 in the bill, to force it to go to conference. So that is what the strike all does, and that's actually what the amendment to the strike all does as well. So if the amendment to the strike all is adopted, we would simply have language requiring local law enforcement agencies to cooperate with federal immigration agencies, and that's basically it. I'll be happy to answer any questions on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions?
If no questions, I would move adoption of the amendment to the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Then I would move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If no other questions, I would move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Close voting, no. All right, here we go. Dupree, no. Frazier, no. Montford, no. Simmons, S, no. Simmons, D, no. Gillespie, Ison, no. Simmons, S, no. Blackman, no. Norwood, no. Turner Ford, no. Jackson, no. Hope, no. Brumfield, no. Blunt, no. Bryan, no. Anyone else? Any present? Okay, let's go back to Senator McCon.
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'd like to announce a pair, and if Senator Butler were here, he'd be a no, and I am an aye.
Thank you. Senator Suber,
To the vote.
please proceed.
Announce a pair. If Senator Barnett was here, he would be no. I vote aye.
Senator England,
To announce a pair, Mr. President.
please proceed.
If Senator Rod Hickman were here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Senator Thompson,
To the vote, Mr. President.
please proceed.
If Senator Thomas was here, he would vote nay. I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Okay, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Noes noted. Thank you, Senator Fillingham. Page 12, Senate. Senator Fillingham, 114.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 84.
One moment, please.
House Bill number 611.
Motion to suspend the rules for House Bill 611. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Clerk,
President.
please
Let's
read
go
the
to that
title.
item. Yes.
Bill 611, hearings on Board of Law Enforcement Officer Standards and Training. Certain provided officers shall be entitled to discovery during.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And if you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the bill.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 611 simply allows for a discovery procedure for a hearing when someone's law enforcement certification is in question, when there is a reasonable basis for reprimand, suspension, or cancellation or recalling of the certification. If you remember last year, we broadened the group of people who could ask MLOTA to review an officer's certification. And so in fairness, if an officer is going to face a disciplinary matter, he or she should have an opportunity to have discovery to prepare for that hearing. I do have an amendment to the bill, Mr. President, that if put it up on the board, and I'd be recognized to explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the House bill language contemplated using the Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure, it would put a citizen who is a law enforcement officer somewhat at a disadvantage to have to comply with the rules of civil procedure, and they may not want to hire counsel to represent them in this hearing. So the amendment would be that for any hearing that's provided, the officer may request and shall be provided any documentary evidence that would be introduced at the hearing. And also it would allow that any confidential information could be redacted by the Office of Standards and Training. That would, to me, be more favorable to the officer in a simplified discovery process before the hearing. And with that, I would yield to any questions on the amendment or on the bill, Mr. President.
Okay. Seeing no questions, we're ready, Senator.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And if there are no further questions, move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? According is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by morning roll call. Senator Fillingham. 114, 115 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Carter. Senator Carter, we're on 119, Senate.
I'd like to pass on 119 and go to item 120, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1305, municipally owned energy distribution system, expand oversight.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Carter.
So this bill, we have several municipality-owned utility systems in the state that are not operating like they should. And so this gives the PSC the ability to audit those systems. Now, there were some questions that I've had from several members of the chamber that this would give authority for them to audit all systems. So I have an amendment at the appropriate time to change the effective date to send this bill to conference so we can identify more language to kind of just narrow the scope of what systems they can actually audit. We do not want them auditing people that are working in good faith. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield for a question, sir?
I do.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we know how many municipalities are allegedly working improperly?
I do not know that. That's why I'm sending this to conference so we can identify this.
And so when the bill was requested, was there specifics about which municipalities?
Well, I mean, for instance, Holly Springs has been the one that's been the most controversial, and there's been some action at the PSC towards Holly Springs by Commissioner Brown. But there are several other ones out there that are failing. They're ratepayers, and so what we're trying to do is establish an audit system to where they could audit these failing systems and put the necessary things in place to make them act in good faith.
And the audit findings would be reported to the Public Service Commission?
That's correct.
And if there would be any, I guess, negative findings, what would it allow the Public Service Commission to do at that point?
So if there are negative findings, I mean, the Public Service Commission, they already have certain authority to do certain things, but I would suspect that they'll probably have to come to the legislature at some point, and we'll have to do something here if in fact they don't improve their systems. I mean, with a lot of these municipality-owned systems, we don't know where the money's going when the ratepayers pay their bills. My suspicion is that holes are being plugged in budgets versus reinvestment in infrastructure, and that's why these systems are failing.
Does not the state auditor have the ability to monitor that type of activity?
I don't know the answer to that question, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Okay, Senator Carter.
I have an amendment, and it is on the screen.
Yes.
So it deletes on line 77 the effective date of 30, and it inserts it to the effective date of 29, and that is to send it to conference. And my motion is we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
There are no further questions. Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call. Been requested. Anyone object? Reporting no. Chisholm, no. Turner Ford, no. Blackman, no. Norwood, no. Simmons, D, no. Frazier, no. Isom, no. 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 Mumford, Bromfield, present. Pope, no. Jackson, no. Dupree, no. S. Simmons, no. Present. S. Simmons, present. Present. McCon. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Carter.
Well, seeing that my Democrat colleagues voted against me on the last bill, I'm going to save the crown jewel 121 for tomorrow. I'm going to pass.
Senator Whaley. 122, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item up and ask for the title to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1153, Meat and Sell Cultivated Dairy Products, revised the MS Department of Ag and Commerce's regulatory authority regarding.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
I'd like to be recognized to explain
You're recognized,
the bill.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, in conjunction with a bill that we passed last year dealing with fake meat and sell cultivated meat, this bill goes a step further, adding cell cultured dairy products to the bill itself. That is a basic explanation of the bill. I do have some amendments to the bill. I'd like to be recognized to offer the committee amendment.
Questions on the bill? Okay, we're ready for your amendment, Senator. Okay, they're on the screen, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is really just a clarifying amendment that we had in committee, changing from special fund to general fund, and also dealing with the hiring of outside counsel, just saying basically that it would be the Attorney General instead of outside counsel. That's an explanation of the First Amendment, and I would answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill.
Mr. President, I have an additional amendment.
One moment, please. We're good to go, Senator. We're on the plan.
Thank you, Mr. President. After the committee action, this was a double referred bill. We had some further discussions with the appropriations chairman, and LBO, and they wanted a little bit more clarifying language, and there were just some word changes from shall to may, and that was dealing with the way they hired the council, and then clarifying language in the treasury for the benefits of the department shall be used to defray the expenses. That is a basic explanation of the Second Amendment, and I would yield for any questions.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question on the bill, actually.
Okay, us adopt the amendment or not, and then we'll get to the bill. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm just curious about what you said about the hiring outside counsel. Are you saying that the bill is authorizing that to be done, or what is it saying about that?
The original language in the bill did authorize the hiring of outside counsel. We changed that in committee to saying that it would be not subject to outside counsel and it would be handled by the Attorney General.
That's why I like the Senate. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hobson,
Question.
are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hobson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really goes to the amendment, but it does affect now the bill on final passage. What was the part that you had about the funds that would come from the Treasury? Can you explain that again, please?
In the bill, it had language in there to where this would go to a special fund. Part of the problem that you had from the beginning with the Senate bill and this bill itself was changing that to general fund. We did that in committee, but working in conversation between legal and some of your legal staff, they wanted to have some more clarifying language. The amendment we just adopted was that language itself.
What does the amendment do?
It takes it outside of the general fund, outside of the special fund, and puts it back to the general fund.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
Question on the bill.
I yield.
He yields. Senator, you're recognized.
I'm trying as best I can to see what the underlying bill does, but it looks to me like it provides for, if I can find the language here, stop sale orders, embargo powers. What is that? How does
What this bill is dealing with would be fake meats, cell cultured meats. That was something that we have been working on for the last few years. There has been a push to incorporate cell cultured dairy products, so to speak. So you would talk, what I'm saying is be fake meat, milks, except they are deriving those from a cell cultured product, meaning a petri dish in some type of lab. That is what this bill's total aim is. This is a healthy foods bill is what this is.
But the bill includes stop sale orders and embargo powers?
Yes, sir. If there
Who is going to have, it sounds like a lot of authority. Who would have that authority?
The Department of Agriculture currently, if they find these products within a location, they have the authority already in existing law to go in and issue a stop sale of those products.
You mean the Department of Agriculture, one individual at the Department of Agriculture can go tell a local merchant that he or she's got to stop selling a product just like that?
A product that is derived from a cell-cultured product, yes, sir.
But the Commissioner of Agriculture himself makes that determination. One individual, the head of the Department of Agriculture, decides that somebody running a mom and pop grocery store is selling something that he doesn't want him to sell, and that one individual can go issue a stop sale order to the local grocery store owner?
I believe that the Commissioner of Agriculture would be acting under the authorization of law, which already exists. We're just adding the cell-cultured dairy.
No, but that's what I'm trying to find out. Existing law vests that sort of power, almost dictatorial power. One individual can go do that to a mom and pop grocery store. Is that the law?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Whaley.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Dupree, present. Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 123, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1654, Judicial System Operation Fund, bring forward sections relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, call up the strike call in lieu of the original bill and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. This is simply a placeholder bill. The strike call is the Senate bill. The Judicial System Operation Fund, as I've mentioned, are issues dealing with the courts, payment of the court system, AOC. There will be another bill later on that I'll get into more details about how we're handling this. This is just a placeholder and has a reverse repealer in it. And Mr. President, if there's no questions, I would move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no questions, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of
if
the
there's
morning
no
roll call has been
questions.
requested. Anyone object? Seeing none. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call.
Thank you.
Seeing several members who look faint. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized. Well, one second. We have Senator Harkins. There is a committee meeting. I don't see him right now, but don't forget the Finance Committee meeting, 1:15, please. Okay, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 2 p.m. today.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We stand in recess. Senate, we're back on the calendar. 1:31. I'm sorry. 1:24. Sorry, Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd. Senator Thompson. 125, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to item number 125, call it up and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 925, Creating Logic for Efficiency and Accountability Reform, Clear Act Create.
Make the usual motions.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I ask that Senator McMahon be recognized.
Senator
to
McMahon, you're
explain the bill.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. For the new senators in the room, just to sort of explain what we're doing here, the legislature has a committee called the Peer Committee, and it's represented by 7 senators and 7 House members, and it's basically the investigative committee for the Senate. Last year, we had a bill for the Glacier Act, and we had a bill, the Glacier Act. It passed this chamber, it got vetoed, and so the House and the Senate have brought this back. And I was just going to walk through and explain what it is. First of all, we removed the things, we removed any educational oversight in this. Section 2, the Peer Student Administrative Rule Program. Section 3, the Medicaid Non-Emergency Transportation Evaluation. Section 4 is legislative findings, to coordinate policy and guidelines. Section 5, State Board of Health Professionals created. Sections, and like I said, this is what we voted on last year. Section 6, Board Operations, Powers and Duties. Section 7, Section 8, Administrative Support. Section 9 is Codification Instructions. Section 10 is the Prison Industries Work Initiative Program Amendments. And then the committee has voted to bring in an amendment to strike sections 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, which is basically your subpoena, giving subpoena power to the peer committee. So section 16 makes it effective. It does have a reverse repealer in it. So yield for any questions on the bill before I offer the amendment. If there are any questions, I'd like to explain the amendment.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I'll just read while he's explaining the amendment.
Okay.
I was going to have a question.
Please proceed.
It was the committee's will to strike all the subpoena power out of the bill. That would be sections. It takes it out of the title by deleting lines 44 through 54, and then also would delete lines 1652 through 1773, which eliminates, like I said, your subpoena, immunity, and the process of how the subpoena would be administered. I yield for any questions on the amendment.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question on the bill, not the amendment.
Okay, one moment. Senator, we're ready for your motion on the amendment.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, Senator Seymour.
We're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, why would we take out their subpoena power?
Well, the governor vetoed it last year with the subpoena in it, and so when the House wrote it and sent it back to us, they had left that in there. But it was the will of the committee to take that out in hopes that the House will continue the process and send it to the governor, so we don't lose the bill.
So is it their pleasure whether they come and testify or not?
Yes, sir. Just as the law is now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hill.
Just a question.
You yield for a question, Senator? Senator Hill's recognized.
Yeah, if it's a question.
Yeah, it's a question. Is it creating a new health care professions board within the Department of Health? That's what I'm just trying to look at the short title.
No, it creates an advisory board to help bring some clarity to some of the other boards, but no, it does not create any, it doesn't create what you're asking about.
Well, it says that they can annually request a budget for the state.
They can.
Okay.
Doesn't say they shall, just says they may.
Okay. That's kind of what I was just wondering.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hickman.
Question, Mr.
Here you go,
President.
Senator.
Yes.
Senator Hickman is recognized.
So if I'm understanding correctly, this is a same bill that we had last year that would help Pier be able to better perform their functions and all of that
Correct.
kind of stuff. So my one question, I think you may have answered this in Senator Seymour's question, but I wanted to be clear. We removed the subpoena power because that was a part of the governor's veto note?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the immunity clause and how the subpoena would be administered. All that's been stripped from the language. And that was the will of the committee, AET committee, Senator. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion is we move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Sorry, Brian, no. Seymour, no. Present, anyone? Bill passes with 2 no votes noted. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that item number 126 hold its place on the calendar.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 127 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1596, money transmitters required to implement certain data security measures and customer protections.
This has a strike all. I ask the, I'm sorry, I make the usual motions.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And I'd like to be recognized to explain strike all.
You recognize to explain strike all, Senator.
This bill simply brings forward the code sections for money transmitter laws, and it has a reverse repealer in it. This is a bill that is paired with the bill regarding virtual kiosks 1625 that I brought up earlier today. We believe that the best way to regulate the virtual kiosks is through existing money transmitter laws in the state, and so we want to keep these code sections alive so that we can work out how the best framework for that to be and included in this bill through the conference process. And that's an explanation of the bill, or strike all.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move passage use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 128 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 859, in-person absentee voting, require use of OMR equipment and establish security measures and procedure to challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill similar to one we had that eliminates the in-person absentee voting envelope. This is the House version of the bill. It doesn't have any changes to the excuses that are allowed. It keeps the in-person absentee voting period to 45 days. I know that I've talked with many of you about that. This bill quite simply just eliminates the envelope. So what you would do is you would go into your clerk's office, present your valid photo ID. They would mark you in SIMS, and you cast your ballot into the OMR voting machine. So you no longer have to deal with the envelope. This is something that I've worked very closely with our clerks on. Your circuit clerks do support this bill, and that's what the bill does. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Tate?
Question.
You have for a question, Senator?
I do, Mr. President.
Senator Tate's recognized.
Senator England, just to be clear, this changes absolutely no excuses of why you can vote ahead of Election Day. Is that correct?
That's correct. You still have to have the excuses. You still have to fill out an affidavit as well.
So you have an affidavit. The affidavit, nothing's been adjusted as far as penalties, as far as if you were to lie. So the fine amounts and the potential jail/prison time would stay the same, correct?
That stays the same, yes.
And with this bill, what we would be able to do is to be able to get election results via absentee voting a lot quicker than under the current system. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Thank you for pointing that out. These machines would be tabulated at the close of Election Day at 7 p.m. on Election Day, just like everything else, so these results will be much quicker than we get them now.
So at 7:01 p.m., clerks will be able to post results much faster. This would eliminate the possibility of a voter not accurately marking a ballot being put in an envelope, and then they wouldn't be able to count that race or that ballot if they had the envelope, whereas if they're there putting it in the machine will tell them, notify them, they'll have another chance, a second chance, if you will, to be able to vote. Is that correct?
That's right. So if they put a ballot in the envelope that's not properly filled out now, their vote is essentially cast aside. It is not cast, it is tossed aside.
Yes.
It does not count. But if you put it in the machine will give you that second chance option to check over your ballot and make sure that you've got a properly filled out ballot, yes.
Well, you know how I feel about early voting, and this is certainly not early voting. This is the same voting that we have now. We're only going to be able to get results faster, which I think is great for election integrity. So thank you for this work.
Thank you, Senator Tate. I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Okay.
If no other questions, Mr. President, my motion is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no other questions, use of morning roll call is requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Hill, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by morning roll call. Senator Blunt.
Mr. President, I would move that item number 129, House Bill 520, be moved to the heel of the calendar.
Move to the heel of the calendar. Senator Sparks. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 131 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
1565 Pharmacy Benefit Prompt Pay Act and State Health Insurance Plan revised.
I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move adoption of the committee amendment. I believe Senator Parks wishes to speak on that motion.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Offer a substitute strike all amendment.
One moment, please.
And recognize to explain it.
One moment, please. Is it up on the... Just 1 second, please, ma'am. Okay. Senate, we're on the amendment. Senator, the amendment on item 131, House Bill 1665. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, how I want to start this, this is a very complicated bill. Everybody's going to have to be attentive as we roll through all the sections because we're going to go section by section and show the changes of the strike all from the House to the current version. What I would like to say, too, is let's send a clean bill to the House for a vote today. With that being said, Section 1, these are the same sections, code sections that you've seen for the last 3 years. That was and that same section is comparable to that in the House Bill 1665. Also in Section 2, you'll have definitions, and of course, over the past 3 years, they have been, we've been refining those definitions. That's the same thing that you saw in the House Bill. In Section 3, there are some changes. We're going to come back and talk about that. If you look in Section 3, we're going to read the language.
One moment. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, Senator.
Starting at Section 213, shall be a net amount not less than greater of total reimbursement paid to its pharmacy benefit manager affiliate, or the total reimbursement paid to the Mississippi Division of Medicaid in its pharmacy reimbursement methodology. Now, this is different language than what was in the House bill. I wanted to point that out. Okay, let's go to Section 4, appeal reimbursement. This is the same thing we've been asking for. It was in the House section. It is what the independent pharmacies are looking for. Section 5, the PBM, licensure, and regulation. The only thing added new there was the PASO and the definition requiring them to be licensed. They are an intermediate representing the independent pharmacist. If you look at Section 6, we have the same language. It's equivalent to Section 6 that was in the House bill. Conforming, administering PBM. Section 7, anti-retaliation. It's the section we've been asking for the last 3 years. It was also in the House bill. Section 8, investigation, audits, enforcement, also in the House bill. Section 9, annual reporting, transparency, same as in the House bill. Section 10, this is where you have a new piece of language for specialty drug criteria, and it was asking for a committee. And if you look up on line 689, you'll find where all of those committee members are listed out. That is a new section that was added. And then, of course, sections 11 through 14, they are calling for the House, the state plan, and this was in the House bill. This was never in the legislation that you saw last year. And then if you look at the severability, and then section 16, the effective date, which remains the same. So what I want to go back to, I want to talk about the definition and the changes in section 3, where we talk about the reimbursement. I want to clarify so that everybody understands that it's the affiliate cost plus, or, which is greater than, or the Medicaid reimbursement. I want to take you back to 2017. 2017 is when the Medicaid Reimbursement Act was created. It was NADAC plus 1129. This was pushed by the federal government. So in all 50 states, you have some type of NADAC plus some type of fee, filling fee. What I would, one of the things I want to point out about that was when we enacted this, the numbers that were published in the study that was provided by our Medicaid department was that we had a savings of a total of $84 million. And what I want you to understand about that, the cost for the filling fee was $34 million. However, with the reimbursement fee of NADAC, which is a very, it's the actual acquisition cost. It's a not inflated cost. It's the ingredient cost, if you will. With the net savings, with using that fee, was $54 million. So we, as a state of Mississippi, when we enacted this, saw that savings. And I can tell you across many states, I think you probably have a handout in front of you now that talks a little bit about the changes I just went through. Again, I wanted you to be clear on the reimbursement and what that fee means and where it originated from, so that we are understanding that that is a non-inflated cost. If you look at the other states that have implemented where they have gone from a WAC formula to the NADAC plus the reimbursement fee, you'll see that that has happened in Arkansas, West Virginia, Tennessee, Louisiana, and Georgia. And to this day, do you hear anything in the news lines? Are we hearing anything, anybody screaming today that there is not a cost savings? No, we're not, and I'm sure we would. We're right here. These are the states that are surrounding us. So again, we're pushing back, we're pushing out and letting everyone know that this is not us just, today, Mississippi's not going to be the first one. Matter of fact, we're behind as usual, but it's okay. It's an opportunity for us to come to the front and to do the right thing. And what I would say is what you're doing when you do this is, more importantly, what this bill ensures is that Mississippi residents, especially those in our small rural communities, it's continuing their access to health. It's our constituents that don't have access to physicians in the small towns, or maybe that they can't afford. It's giving them, it's a bridge. It's the bridge between the pharmacy, it's filling that gap in a lot of instances where these independent pharmacies are taking care of I know they take care of my family. I know they took care of me on Mondays a week ago before I came here because I had to quote the crud and I needed medication to help me get through that. So it's and I couldn't get anywhere else. I couldn't get in to see anybody else. Nobody else was open, but they were. So, and I know you have incidents where with maybe your parents, your family. I know I have another situation with my dad. He was a diabetic, and he had a internal brain bleed, and it was a constant with other doctors prescribing drugs that was overlapping. And had it not been for them watching and keeping vigil over that, there was many times that, you know, he would sleep for days, and the pharmacist would call and say, these don't work. These don't work. Don't do this. Go back to your doctor. So again, these are things that bridge that gap in our small rural communities. Another point to make here is we've had 55 independent pharmacies to close since 2021, a lot of those being across the Delta, one of our areas, again, that is in such need of health care and the availability, the ability to have that access, and more are closing across that area. With this being said, I'm happy to entertain any questions that anyone might have.
Senator England, you're recognized. For what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Parks, do I understand that we're on a substitute to the strike all that the committee adopted? Is that right?
That is correct.
So this would be the 5th version of a PBM bill that we've seen this year then, is that correct?
I have not provided you, the Senate did not create a PBM bill this year?
I believe you dropped one, is that right?
No, I did not.
You did not drop a PBM reform bill?
I did not drop a
did.
PBM. We waited for the House version to come across because there's been such an issue. That's why I have this substitute. It's like, let's send the clean bill back. And I just went through each section and cross-referenced each one of those that are the same, with only 2 being differently.
Right, and I want to get to that in a minute, but I do know that I read a bill that you had dropped. I dropped a bill, so I was including those in 5, but let's just say, let's agree that there's at least 3 versions we've seen now. Is that fair? We saw 1665, we adopted a strike-all in the committee, and now we've got a substitute strike-all.
Yes.
Is that right?
And the substitute strike-all, all it's doing is taking the reverse repeal out so that we may send a clean bill to the House and get a vote.
Well, I'll tell you, I agree that we should send a clean bill to the House to vote on. I think that we should have concurred on their bill, House Bill 1665. You did a very good job presenting the similarities between your bill and House Bill 1665. And did I understand correctly that there's really only 2 differences in your bill? Is that right?
It's not, this is the bill. I'm just referring to it as my bill. It's just language that you have seen year over year over year. What the independent pharmacists have been asking for.
I would certainly call this bill that's before us your bill because it's not even the bill that we adopted in committee. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
I said this is certainly your bill because this is not even the bill that we adopted in committee.
It is the same exact bill you adopted in committee with taking the reverse repealer out. That is the only change.
Which the committee voted on to put the reverse repealer in it.
You did.
Okay. The 2 changes that we have, because I want to be clear for everyone, 1665, House Bill 1665 is a PBM reform bill. The only differences would be this dispensing fee that you pointed out. Is that right? One of the differences? The dispensing fee was not in the House bill, correct?
And it was not.
Okay. And also the oversight, according to the House bill, is placed in the Department of Insurance and not with the Pharmacy Board. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. The Pharmacy Board is made up of independent pharmacists. Is that right?
That is not correct.
It's made up of pharmacists?
It is made up of pharmacists from across the spectrum. You would have a retail pharmacist, a wholesale person that represented there. It's not, you've got one independent pharmacist, okay?
Well, I know we discussed this in committee, but I would make the point that as an attorney, it sure would be nice to have the Bar Association full of attorneys establishing what fees we could charge. That would be a welcome thing, I know, for a lot of attorneys.
And Senator, you know, I understand your comparison and you're trying to make with the pharmacies and the attorneys, and it's fundamental and it's different. And I believe, you know, you recognize that as well. One of the things that I would say to that is that, you know, I believe that we're recognizing pharmacies are not asking the state to guarantee them an income at all. I don't think there's nothing alludes to that. We're not setting their profits. You know, that's, again, I think you understand that as well as I do. And, one of the things that I'll keep driving home is that, they're asking for basic transparency and fairness and to be reimbursed for the dispensing.
Well, we have the transparency already in the House bill, correct?
In what regard?
Well, let me ask you this way. The House Bill 1665, it included a provision that took away the ability to steer people from one pharmacy to another, and that was a big deal for the independent pharmacists, right?
Over the course of years, the independents have very much wanted to have that plus, a clean reimbursement. There's been several things, the spread pricing. I mean, the list goes on. I just went through some of that, some of the anti-retaliation. All of those things have been sightings in what they would like to have seen for it to have been fair.
Yes,
for there to be some fairness.
And listen, I think that we would all agree that PBM reform is needed, and we have that. But I do want to point out to you and to all the members, I don't know if you've seen this. This is a letter from the Mississippi Business Alliance, yes. And I'll highlight very clearly, as a matter of fact, they bolded it. It says, we being the business community of the state of Mississippi, our employers, our job creators, we have been clear from the very beginning that we will oppose any legislation mandating an increase in dispensing fees. So again, your bill, this bill, puts the dispensing fees into the House bill, correct?
It does, but one of the
Okay,
things
so
I
the
want to
business
point out,
administration is against that.
let's not get hung up on the dispensing fee. That is a fee.
It's a pretty big hanging point.
It is, but there are two components to this, and it's NADAC. And as we all know, NADAC is 22% less than the WAC. And that's statistics. That's the data analysis showing that.
Yes.
And that's why so many states have adopted that. That's why they have got PBM reform. That's why they're saving money. It's not costing the employer anything. And, and here's the thing that I would say to the employer. For the first time, they're going to be able to see exactly what's being paid for that prescription so they can do their own math. And you know what? It helps them to negotiate better.
And that's a good point, because the House Bill 1665 allows them to see exactly what they're paying.
And how is that? Because if you use a WAC formula, you're using a manipulated, inflated price that changes.
Well, am I correct that NADAC also changes weekly?
And that's taken in consideration. That's why it is such a transparent figure. It's nobody's manipulating. It is people. It is the pharmacies reporting what they are paying. It is the acquisition cost.
NADAC only looks at generic drugs, correct?
It looks at every drug that there is data out there for. And a lot of your specialty drugs, there is not a lot of data. And it will go back.
So NADAC misses a good bit then?
I'm sorry?
NADAC would miss a good bit, is what you're saying, because it only looks at the generic drugs.
Everything that there is enough data to be reported on. So, but of course, you're going to have some outliers on your specialty drugs, no doubt. And when it does that, it goes back to the WAC.
Okay. I'm going to do you a favor, and I'm probably everybody else a favor. I'm going to stop asking questions. I'm going to speak against the strike all, but before I can do so, Mr. President, I do have an amendment to the substitute strike all.
Bring the amendment to the Secretary, please. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Yes.
Question.
Senator, were you here for a question?
Yes.
Senator Wiggins, and then we'll bring back. We have one other question, and we'll go to the amendment. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you've worked hard over the last number of years, and just to establish a couple things. So, you and I were on the conference committee last year when this went to conference, correct?
That's correct.
And actually, at the end, we were able to get a conference report where both you and I signed that, and then it went to the House and they killed it over there, right?
That is correct. There was language in there that I'm not sure you and I either knew that was even in that bill.
Well,
it was a rushed affair that changed many times.
But the fact of the matter is we had PBM reform, you signed the conference report, and we're willing to do that.
Let me explain that. I was willing to sign that report because you and I both were told by the House that they would send it back and do work on it. Instead, the very next morning, the very first bill they took up was that bill. And they tried to pass that bill.
They did, and it was...
Which was not, I mean, they were being untrue and unfair to you and I both.
Okay.
It's unfortunate.
So we're back here again because this has been the third or fourth year dealing with this.
Yes.
And is it true, or it is true, that Congress just passed PBM reform in the big, beautiful bill, correct?
I'd love to address that if you would, please.
Well, no, my question...
Go ahead.
My question is, they did it, didn't they?
They passed a section that really only applies to a certain, not commercial. And what we're speaking of today is commercial. Okay?
Okay, Congress, a Republican Congress with President Trump, passed PBM reform bill, and as you know, things like ERISA tend to be preempt by federal law. This would be more suited for federal law, correct?
You know, this is what I would say to that. Again, that was Part D that they passed. It's not even to go into place until 2028, 2029. And what I want to stand before you all today, can we afford to not do anything as a state and bring PBM reform and allow more of our independent pharmacies who are serving our rural health public constituents? Can we really afford that?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I've always voted for our rural issues, but this goes back to the original part, which we, the government, if we pass your strike all, are inserting ourselves in negotiated contracts of companies that we have nothing to do with. That is not a conservative position, is it not?
You know, one of the things that I would comment about that as well, you keep wanting to bring up ERISA and you want to talk about some of that language, and I'm happy to talk about that. One of the things that, and I think it was very clear, in the most recent Supreme Court case, Rutledge versus PCMA, it held the opposite state PBM regulation, that they, like this, are not preempted by ERISA. And I'm not an attorney, so I have to read that type of language, so I apologize for that. And
okay, on that issue, the fact is this still affects ERISA-based programs, which 2 years ago in committee there was a amendment that took them out, but now we're back in your strike all, right?
No.
So they're exempted under your strike all.
You're talking about, we don't talk about it in the 1665. What you do talk about, and what I do think we should talk about, is going back to your comment. And let's talk about the cases and where and how they've been cited. That again, it addresses administrative structure and it's mandating particular coverage, but it does not. When you're talking about a reimbursement, it's quite simple that those are not regulated, and they are, and
okay,
those
well,
reimbursements are not.
I want to go back
included.
to what we were talking about earlier about the rural side of this.
Sure.
The fact of the matter is, what you're saying is this is a guarantee for private businesses and to set the market of prices.
No, it is not.
That is.
No, it's not. Because
You
you just want to talk about the fee, the reimbursement fee. Let's talk about NADAC and the cost of the ingredient. There is two components to this. Always two components.
But you yourself said we want to help you said we want to help our rural pharmacists. What your strike all is doing is providing protection to our rural pharmacists who are a private industry.
It's not adding protection.
Who have the ability.
It's helping them where they can go away. It's giving them something where they can predict and they can go out and be better business people and buy better and purchase better and know what they're depending on. That's what is allowing that independent pharmacist to do whenever you're doing NADAC plus a reimbursement fee.
Then how come the 2 years ago, the business community, which at that time was BIPAC and all those others, this was a negative vote against business, and it hasn't changed. So this will be a negative vote against business if we vote for the strike all, correct?
You know, I'm glad you're talking
My
about
answer is that a yes or a no?
No. I'm here to tell you that I think this is great for businesses. Again, I'm going to repeat, this gives them an opportunity for the first time to be able to see exactly those prescriptions they're costing them.
And yet you cannot sit there and say, because we haven't been able to say it in 3 years, whether the cost of drugs will go down if this passes. You cannot say that, can you?
NADAC, I can tell you, it's cheaper. It's proven that the data's out there. We've got 9 other states that's showing the data.
If I pay $100 for a medicine and we pass this, can you guarantee me that I will pay less than $100, say 70?
Have no idea.
Okay, that's my issue. Okay, that's my issue, is there's no guarantee.
I think that it has to be considered again, because even our own Medicaid department has shown us savings with drugs, and when it's just repetitively, again, over state, and that's data and analysis is very difficult to argue with whenever you're using the NADAC. It's proven, it's data-driven, that it's 22% less than WAC.
So I want to hear from you why our largest employers in this state, that includes everybody from Ergon to Ingalls to Toyota, are generally speaking against this bill.
The reason that I feel like that we have anybody under this dome that's against this bill is because it's PBM reform. And we're one of the last states to address it. And, you know, anytime we've known under this dome when we're going against an enemy, we know we've got to fight. And people are being given false data. They're being done with scare tactics. I mean, it's endless.
Okay, and we were handed out the policy brief by the Mississippi Health Policy. Everybody got it, and they talk about all the different pieces of PBM reform that's been done. And the short version is that they've either been held up in court or they don't do what they've been told, what they said they have done. You know, that's a fact.
It's not a fact. I just went through and told you about Rutledge versus PCMA. It's a fact about Mulred case. Now, they declined, but again, it wasn't the same situation. Again, it was a network access rule. It was based on any willing provider. It was not based on the fee.
Okay.
So and the reimbursement.
I want to talk about, and I want to talk about procedures. So you have before us a strike all to the strike all, which, as you've said, takes out the reverse repealer.
Yes.
Okay. So then, if we pass that, as you said, and the bill passes, it goes straight to the governor. Okay. The committee passed a strike all. However, the original House bill is PB reform, is it not? It's a reform bill.
So is the strike all. It doesn't change the language.
And the biggest things, as Senator England brought out, was the two biggest things are what you were talking about, the price. And the other thing is that your strike all, the one that was adopted in the committee, put the pharmacy board in charge, whereas the House bill had the Department of Insurance, which from everybody that I was talked to, from the business community to pharmacists to everybody, said that was fine because you had that created the non-appearance of impropriety. And so if we pass this strike all, we will be saying the pharmacy board that has multiple independent pharmacists on it get to regulate the PBMs.
No, that's not what this is saying. But what I will say to you is that, you know, the state, the pharmacy board, every single day, you know, they have the infrastructure, they have the investigators, they have the technical expertise, they know the behavior, you know, they can look at the pharmacy reimbursement in real time. It's just on and on and on where you would, you know, it's a better fit in the Board of Pharmacy. And no, the board's not made up of all independent pharmacies. I've already addressed that. And I think it's important too that the patient, it's having, you know, It's regularity, it's who can act immediately, and who understands the complexities, and who understands the dispenses, who understands the acquisition cost, who understands the network operation. By far, this agency has the authority and the effectiveness and the readiness to perform.
Okay, so back to the procedure. So we can vote down the strike all. We can vote down your amendment. We can then vote down the strike all, and we can pass the House bill as is, and we can go back to our districts and tell our independent pharmacists that we have voted for PBM reform and we've protected businesses. That's what we can do, can we not?
I think you have the right to come to the podium and try to strike down my substitute. I think you have that authority to do that.
No, I'm just asking the question that procedurally that's what could happen. Even if we didn't have the committee strike all, we could have, okay?
Just one moment, please.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, you would have that ability.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. So, right, and the House bill itself was sent over without a reverse repealer.
But this is the one thing I want to remind you. You know, I have stood here and I've made lots of different comments. I've given you data. If you were to go back to the House Bill 1665, you would absolutely put every pharmacist out of business the way that reads today. And the reason you would do that is because it's at cost, with no dispensing fee, no nothing, and with that being predicted and told to them. Now that's what's happening today, is the PBM's telling them. And that's what your bill would do. You want to talk about the board giving some authority to tell how the cost and what the cost is? 1665 gives PBM the authority, and it gives them the authority to reimburse whatever and however they want to. Now, is that what you want to do? You want to do away with the health, the rural health? You don't want to look at that? You don't even want to consider that? And how dependent we are on these areas, on these pharmacies? Because sometimes we don't have doctors. I live in rural Mississippi, and sometimes I have people that can't afford it.
Well, Senator, you've answered my question that if we pass the House bill as it is, we will have PBM reform, and it will go to the governor's office because it doesn't have a reverse repealer, and we'll be done with this issue, and our pharmacists will know that we did that.
No, your pharmacists will be very unhappy with you, and PBMs will love you. Is that what you want?
I want PBM reform, which is what the House bill is, and as you've said,
this isn't PBM reform.
You answered my question, which is the reason we have the strike all before us is so that we can manipulate the prices that are in the market right now.
We're not manipulating the price. We are not manipulating the cost.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate your work on these things.
Thank you.
1 second. All right, Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Parks?
Yes.
Senator?
Senator Parks, have these big business positions across the state since you and I have been here always been right?
No, ma'am.
They have not, have they?
No.
Did not every one of these big business groups get in behind pushing Common Core national standards into Mississippi?
They did.
They did. And do you know what our math scores internationally were on PISA before we pushed these national standards out to Mississippi? It was 36th amongst all the international countries. Would you be surprised to know that it is now 22nd amongst all these international countries?
I mean, you know, I'm excited to see us moving forward.
Yep, only 22% are proficient in math. So they're not always right. Thank
No,
you.
they are not. Thank you.
Senator Sparks?
A question, Mr. President.
You, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, we've talked a lot about the past. I remember signing a conference report 2 years ago that was a hammered-out agreement amongst all the players, including manufacturers. And we signed the conference report, and it died on the other end. Each year, we shoot with a shotgun. There's not everything in this bill that I like either. But we're shooting with a shotgun because we can't get anything passed to come back and shoot with a rifle. Because the goal of the PBMs is to kill it.
Yep.
That's now, our good friends in industry have a legitimate financial concern, contractual concerns, but the PBM's goal is to kill it. Because CVS Caremark is CVS vertically integrated with the largest PBM, Caremark, and I don't have a CVS in my district. So for all these folks that have them, when they've choked everybody else out, I'm proud for the populated areas, but CVS Caremark has 21.3% of the market share. You were just asked about manipulating prices. Optum Rx, which is tied to United Health Group, has 20.8% of the market share, and Express Scripts, tied to Cigna, has 17.1% of the market. They have over 50% of the market with the three largest PBMs. Every PBM is not doing what they're doing. A lot of our pharmacies use small PBMs. They use the buying power that's there. But the intent of this bill is just to make sure there's a certain level of fairness in what has quickly become a monopoly controlled by three PBMs. Is that fair, Senator?
That's a fair statement. They own 80% of the market.
And so while Senator England mentioned steering being removed, I think steering may be one of the most un-American pieces that's out there, because you're telling a citizen they cannot go to their local pharmacy to make the purchase, even any willing provider who is willing to match costs. They don't want that, do they?
No, they don't.
Okay. I don't understand how, if you have to match cost, that you don't lose anything unless you get to the hidden rebates, because that's where all the money is. They extort the manufacturers, and let me be very clear, drug manufacturers are some of the biggest bullies on the playground. But the extortion starts with the PBM telling them that they're going to offer this much rebate. So what does the manufacturer do? They just raise the manufacturer price to cover the rebate. Is that how you understand it works?
That's how it works.
So I appreciate your work on this. One question I do have specific to the bill is, and I'm not sure why it was inserted, but I think it's line 156, 157. The cash discount cards have come in as needing to be licensed. I don't understand exactly how all the cash discount cards work, but there's muzzle provisions out there that tell our pharmacists that they can't tell you if you just pay cash, it's cheaper than your copay. Because again, vertically integrated, PBM's integrated with the insurance company, you're going to come in and pay that deductible because they're going to make more money and they'll have a bigger rebate, and here it goes again.
Mm-hmm.
That's how this thing works. But do we really need to license the cash discount card people as a PBM?
It has become an issue. I mean, I asked the same question but we're getting more and more of those cards,
right.
Especially with your LP1s. I mean, there is tons of them out there now, these cards. So that is a reason, because they're more prominent, they're more, so that's...
Okay. But they're not really functioning like a PBM.
No.
They're actually allowing citizens to go in and negotiate a price with cash money, because that's the only way you can circumvent the stranglehold that PBM has on the entire situation, is to walk in with cold hard cash and pay the pharmacist, because nobody questions that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Fillingane?
For a question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Fillingane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you agree with me, Senator Parks, that most businesses in Mississippi, by definition, are not large businesses?
That's correct.
In fact, most large businesses are defined as people that employ 500 folks or more. Would you be surprised to know that in Mississippi, 99.3% of businesses do not meet that threshold. So they are small or moderate-sized businesses.
Right.
Less than 1% of businesses, by that definition in Mississippi, would be considered large businesses. So would you agree with me that when we're talking about who is business supportive or business friendly and who is not, it really depends on what definition of business you're talking about?
That's correct.
If we're wanting to support the majority of businesses in Mississippi, including independent pharmacists who are also businessmen and women across our state, we would support, would we not, a reform bill like the one you're presenting this strike all that empowers them to lower their cost and thereby lowering the cost for all of their patients and customers across most of Mississippi.
That's correct. I mean, what this is doing is giving transparency and fairness to our businesses, our small business.
And would you be surprised to know that most pharmacists in Mississippi are considered independent pharmacists? Of the 767 total pharmacies in Mississippi, 423 of those are independent pharmacists.
I am aware of that.
And if you represent rural areas like I do, and I know you do as well, the vast majority of those are independent pharmacists, are they not?
That's correct. I don't have a CVS in my county.
Nor do I. And don't want one, to be quite honest, because the independent pharmacists do such a great job delivering medicines to homes and things like that that Walmart would never, ever consider doing, in my opinion. And finally, PBMs, I mean, their role, their function is essentially the middleman of the pharmaceutical world, correct?
That is correct. They don't purchase a thing. They just are the middleman.
And as part of that, they're going to get paid and get paid handsomely for that. So by very definition, anytime we're doing something to help the PBMs, we're raising the cost because that middleman is always going to exact their pound of flesh before they pass it on to the next person, are they not?
That is correct. That's why we're asking for this transparency.
Thank you so much for the work you're doing on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator England, you're recognized to speak. On your amendment, I'm sorry. On your amendment, sir, if you put it up on the screen. 1 second, please. Okay, it's on the screen. Senator, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very simple amendment. This is a reverse repealer. The committee that this bill came from put a reverse repealer in this bill so that we continue looking at this issue. It's an important issue. It's obviously causing a lot of debate in here. That's what this amendment would do. Before I make my motion to adopt the amendment, I just want to be clear on just a few things because it's very important for us to be clear and open and honest in here when we talk. I mentioned that there were 5 PBM bills previously, and that we were looking at our 5th PBM bill. I dropped a bill, the House had their bill, and Senator Parks dropped Senate Bill 2575. I was told that she did not drop a bill earlier this year. Senate Bill 2575 was dropped by Senator Parks. I also want to make clear that there's not one independent pharmacist on the pharmacy board. The pharmacy board you can look at on your own, 5 of 7 members of the pharmacy board are independent pharmacists, not just one. Again, honesty is very important in here, and I want to make that clear. I also want to make one more thing clear before I move to adopt this amendment. Businesses are not the enemy. Our job creators in the state of Mississippi are not the enemy. So when Senator Parks stood up here and said we're always up here fighting the enemy, our job creators are not the enemy. The Mississippi Business Alliance is not our enemy. The letter you have in front of you asks us to oppose anything that has a dispensing fee in it. We'll get there in just a minute. I'm going to talk to you again about that in just a minute. But if you look at the very bottom of this letter, another bolded statement says, if, however, you intend to vote in favor of the strike all, we strongly encourage to keep the reverse repealer in this bill. I don't know why the reverse repealer was removed. Honestly, I think it's another example of how we negotiate in good faith all the time up here to try to pass bills, and then something like this happens, and we're having to put a reverse repealer back in there that the committee put in there. I'll be talking again in a minute, asking you to not support the strike all, the substitute strike-all. But before I get there, I'm asking you to please vote with me to put a reverse repealer back in this bill so we can keep talking. That's my amendment.
Senator Parks, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I would ask you to vote against this. I would say to you that with this, you're looking at a fair, clear, independent. We are looking at being able to, I've given you data, it's on your desk as well, where it is, even with our own Medicaid, where we saved money. Our businesses are good business. We appreciate every business we have in this state. But as it was described a little earlier, our small business represent the majority of our population of businesses. And it's at this time, we need something that has two components, that it's clear for ingredient cost, it's a dispensing fee, it is a fee that is unencumbered, it is not inflated, it's transparent, it's a benchmark. I ask you again, let's send a clean bill to the House today.
Your motion, sir? Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, to briefly close on this amendment, there's obviously a lot of debate on this bill. There's obviously questions we have on this bill. Let's put a reverse repealer in this bill and keep talking about it. Please vote yes for this amendment. Mr. President, my motion is to adopt the amendment to the substitute strike-all.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No! The ayes have it. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If you have division, we need to see it. So then, Senator Blackman, if you return to your seat, please. Senator Wiggins, if you return to your seat, please. Okay, the ayes rise first. Favor first, please rise. If you're in favor of the amendment, please rise. If you're in favor of the amendment, please rise. If you're in Yeah, there's nothing to say. Favor of the amendment. Right. If you're in favor of the amendment, which is Senator Ingram's amendment, please rise. One moment. Just one moment. Please rise. Count. What's that, Senator England?
Mr. President, I have a parliamentary inquiry. This vote has already been called. Is that correct?
It is, but they have the right to division.
Even after the vote is
Yes,
called?
sir. They do.
Okay, well, my next question would be for the chair. Are we voting now? We're being asked to stand if we support putting a reverse repealer in the substitute
That
strike.
is correct. It's your amendment. It's stand if you're in favor of your amendment.
Thank you, which is the reverse repealer. Thank you.
That is correct. If you're in favor of Senator England's reverse repealer, please stand. Okay. Everybody good? We'll count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. 16. If you're opposed to Senator England's reverse repealer, please stand. amendment fails. Back on the strike off, Senator Parks. You're going to be recognized to speak, Senator England, on the bill? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to speak against the substitute strike-all amendment.
Okay, Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Where are we at now? I'm on the substitute strike-all.
Mm-hmm.
So I explained, I think I gave that a clear explanation. I went through each piece of the bill. So personally, I would move for adoption.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask for a fiscal note to be put in front of you right now that I have obtained on this bill. This is a fiscal note. When we were here last year, I asked for a fiscal note. I was able to get one this year. If we pass this strike-all amendment, it will cost the state of Mississippi $34 million. So you will be voting to cost the state of Mississippi $34 million. House Bill 1665 cost the state $0. Without this strike-all amendment, we get PBM reform that costs the state of Mississippi nothing. If we pass this strike-all amendment, we cost the state of Mississippi $34 million. And I'm sorry, it's more than $34 million because that was based on numbers that had about 880,000 prescriptions being filed on the state plan. I just learned that based on new numbers, there were 2.1 million pharmacy prescriptions filled in the state. That's more than double what I was told this morning when I was told it was going to cost $34 million. This is very likely north of $50 million that it's going to cost the state very easily. This is from LBO, who talked to DFA and got these numbers. This isn't from any other community. This is from people who looked at the numbers in the state plan and saw what it's going to cost. $50 million is a $1,000 teacher pay raise we could be given. This is an annual cost. It's only going to go north. We could pass meaningful PBM reform by passing House Bill 1665 and giving the independent pharmacists the transparency they want, the inability to steer to different pharmacies, the transparency, the ability to appeal and have payments made. And if you don't get your payments made, you have interest that you're awarded in that. Everything is in House Bill 1665 except for the dispensing fee that is going to cost the state, I'll say it, at least $50 million. If somebody's going to oppose that, I'd like to see the fiscal note that you got to oppose it, because you can't argue with that. Where does that $50 million go? With the number, based on the $34 million and based on the number of employees we have in the state of Mississippi, it's going to cost each person on that plan $180. If you have your children and your spouse on that plan, it could cost you 4 times that, 5 times that. We just washed out any teacher pay raise we want to give because we want to give this one item that has had us here, 5 years now, trying to fight over this. We're not fighting over PBM reform anymore because we have a PBM reform bill. We're fighting over giving one special interest group everything they're asking for. And they want it so bad, they had a senator come up here and remove a reverse repealer from it so that we can send a clean bill over to the other side. We can send House Bill 1665 over there that doesn't cost the state any money. It gives PBM reform. That money is going to trickle down to our teachers. It's going to cost our firemen more. It's going to cost our policemen more. It's going to cost our members of the military more because they're on TRICARE. They get their prescriptions for they were able to negotiate a much lower cost. And that's just the state plans. It's going to cost my largest employer in my county that employs around 11,000 people, it's going to cost them $10 million. It's going to cost Ergon, who is a local Mississippi success story here. They're hiring people in Mississippi. It's going to cost them $700,000 a year. This is bad policy. This is going to cost our job creators money that's going to let them not be able to create jobs anymore. $700,000 for a company. By the way, did you know that the MSBA is made up mostly of small businesses? You know, we're talking about these large numbers, but it's made up of small businesses too. If this is uncomfortable, I hope it is.
Your 5 minutes has expired, Senator.
I would ask to be allowed to continue speaking.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Yes, 5 minutes.
The point was made that we're tying this to Medicaid and that Medicaid didn't lose money. Medicaid gets an 85% subsidy from the federal government. Do you think Ergon gets that? Do you think Ingalls gets that? Do you think MTC gets that? They don't. This is money out of their pocket, our job creators. So while you could go home and get a pat on your back from your independent pharmacist, and you know what? If we passed 1665, they'd be patting us on our back because we passed PBM reform. But if you pass this, you're going to have to go home to your teachers who are spending more money on their prescription costs. You're going to have to go tell your members of the military, hey, I voted for a bill to help my independent pharmacists out. By the way, I hope the president gives you another bonus at the end of the year because we just increased your health care costs. That's uncomfortable. Those are the people we represent too, by the way. Yes, we represent our independent pharmacists. We also represent shipbuilders. We represent the small hardware company owners that are dealing with their own big companies that they feel are taken away from them. You know, the mom and pop stores, and name any business. We're not up here giving them a guaranteed fee. We're not up here telling our employers, you've got to spend more money because we got this one group that we're trying to help out. That's uncomfortable. The point was made that we're not getting in the way of these negotiations. We absolutely are. The reason this is costing these employers so much money is because they've been able to go negotiate for dispensing fees of 50 cents, 25 cents, 30 cents, whatever it may be. Now we're going to say, nope, you're paying $1.29 for every prescription you fill. And that is the state of Mississippi telling people, you can't negotiate for lower prices for your employees anymore. We're going to tell you to do it. And this is what we're putting in there. That's not what we're supposed to be doing up here. Where else do we do that? What other instance do we come and we get a fiscal note? I don't know that I've seen a fiscal note. I had to ask for it. I had to find out the process. I got us one. Here, this is what it looks like, everybody. And boy, is it a whopper. This piece of paper says $34 million annual cost to the state of Mississippi. More like $50 million. We've got notes from our employers. I think they're pretty smart people. I'm thankful they're here. I'm thankful they're hiring people in Mississippi. I'm thankful for the ones that are thinking about moving to Mississippi to come hire people and give them good high-wage paying jobs. They're telling us we do not support a dispensing fee. That's really the only main difference between this strike-all and House Bill 1665. If we send this down there with this strike-all, I hope the House kills it. And we have to come back and do it again next year. Because by then we'll know what this teacher pay raise that we're all talking about is going to cost us. And we'll be able to figure this number into it as well. We'll know what everything else is going to cost us by then. I asked for a fiscal note last year. I didn't get it in time. I've got it right here. It's right there so you can vote knowing that and what this is going to cost. Sure makes me uncomfortable to think that we're going to do that. Yes, we're asking for regulation to be put in the Department of Insurance as well. When I say we, I mean House Bill 1665. That's where it puts it. You know who else does that? 48 other states do that. 48 other states allow their Department of Insurance to regulate PBMs. We're sending a strike all down there that says, nope, we're doing it our way. We're going to let the pharmacists look at this and oversee this issue. Boy, that makes me uncomfortable too. I can talk until I'm blue in the face, I'm afraid.
No, just to 10 minutes.
Well, thank you for the 10 minutes. I'm in a little better shape, so I don't get blue face as quickly.
Your 10 minutes is up. Do I hear a motion to extend his time? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator, your time is extended.
I'll be quick. I will wrap up right now because I can tell that, you know, the fiscal note that I was waiting on last year, I've got it here, and I just don't know that it does what I hoped it would do, and put that in front of everybody that we're voting on something that could end up costing teachers an $1,000 pay raise across this state. When we could vote this down and send House Bill 1665, a clean bill. It doesn't have a reverse repealer in it. Matter of fact, if we vote for House Bill 1665, if we get to that, if we vote this strike-all amendment, guess where House Bill 1665 goes? Goes to the governor. Congratulations, legislature, you passed meaningful PBM reform. I said PBR reform when I was in the committee. It was funny. The independent pharmacist made a little cartoon out of me over it. So we see how ugly this can get. But this is meaningful things. This is everything they asked for but the dispensing fee and leaving it at the pharmacy board. Everything else we're doing. If the House kills this over there, we're back next year. I'll hopefully get my 10 or 15 minutes back up here to try to tell you again, and I'm sure that fiscal note that we're looking at up there is going to go way up between now and then. Yes, we'll hear, oh, it's okay. Health insurance costs are going up anyways. So that makes it okay for us to raise them on people even more? God, that's uncomfortable, huh? Man, I don't want to tell my National Guard members, there's more money coming out of your paycheck. There's less money going for food on your table because we're getting rid of the contract that your insurer made to make sure that your prescription costs were lower. Teachers, sorry. So sorry. I know we don't pay you enough. We're working on it, but by the way, I sure hope we get a teacher pay raise bill because if we pass this, we don't pass a teacher pay raise bill, we're taking more money out of your pocket for you. That's not very comfortable, is it? Firemen, policemen, we want to talk about the big issues. Okay, cool. We might not get to them this year, but we're sure getting to this. We're sure going to pass this and make it cost you more money at the pharmacy. That's money out of your pocket. Shipbuilders, you're doing a great job. You're building America's Navy. Thanks a lot. We're going to take some more money out of your pocket. I could go on and on and on because this touches everybody. Yeah, it's funny right now. It won't be funny when we start hearing from these people, when they start seeing this on their bottom line. I ask you to vote against this strike-all, and let's go back to House Bill 1665. Put a reverse repealer in it if you want to. I know we don't seem to like those right now. Put one in it, we'll keep talking about it. But however you vote on this, I want everybody to look at the board over here and over there and right in front of you, and I want you to see what that fiscal note says, because that's what you're voting for very clearly right there. And I just told you, It's more than that because this in the morning, the numbers were updated from 880,000 state employee prescriptions to 2.1 million state employee prescriptions. It's very clear. Vote against the strike all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator England. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question.
Question? Will you-
On the fiscal note, put that baby back up there. Fiscal note. You represented to this body that this came from Elbow, a trusted piece of state government. And you represented that it came from DFA. That's what you said earlier. DFA and Elbow provided me this fiscal note.
That's right.
All right. Who did the math?
So I see exactly what you're getting at.
Yeah, it
Let me
says
walk you through it.
CVS
That's
provided
absolutely right.
these numbers. That's CVS Caremark, the largest PBM. I just wanted to make sure your fiscal note was prepared by the PBMs.
That's absolutely right. No. My request, and Senator Sparks, that's very clever, but I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. Okay? LBO is who we make our request to for fiscal notes. I tried to make one here on the floor last year. That didn't work. So I requested one from LBO, and they said, we've got to talk to DFA. DFA said, well, we've got to talk to the benefit manager. We've got to find out how many prescriptions we have, okay? And the state right now pays around 10 or 11 cents for a dispensing fee, okay? That's been negotiated by the state for our very low-paid state employees to get better prices at the pharmacy. 10 cents. We're raising that to $11.29. I don't know how they could have got it without talking to the person that handles all of that. I know that there's obviously some ire against CVS, but Senator Sparks, you've said before, if the math don't math, what are we doing? How do you get the math? I'm certainly glad that I asked Elbow for an accurate representation. I appreciate them reaching out to DFA. I appreciate DFA saying, you know what, we don't have those numbers right here. We've got to talk to the benefit, the manager of the plan, of the state plan. I didn't pick CVS Caremark. The state did.
Okay, we're out of 5 minutes here.
Mr. President, if I can have a few more minutes to answer Senator Sparks' question.
Senator Sparks says you answered it.
Well, I think the way he put it, I need to make sure to clarify that everybody in this body knows exactly where these numbers came from.
All right. And do we hear all in favor of an extension of 5 minutes? Please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. You're extended.
I would love to know. Hey, and by the way, every one of these businesses, they didn't go to Elbow. They went to whoever I guess their manager is, their CFO or whoever they went to. You know who they had to call? They had to call their plan manager. That's good business. That's what they do. They're not guessing. So I know we feel like we've had a gotcha moment in here because they had to get their numbers from CBS. TRICARE had to get theirs from them. It doesn't change the fact because they had to get these numbers from somebody else. It doesn't change that number. And it doesn't change the numbers. It doesn't change the mind of the Mississippi Business Alliance either.
Senator Bryan, you were next.
For a question.
You for a question, Senator? We got about 3 minutes left.
Yes.
I think you said that this could cost as much as $50 million.
Yes.
Do you by any chance remember how much it cost the general fund when we abolished the income tax?
That's a very good question. You know, and I tell you, when we were fighting about the income tax elimination, the one warning that a lot of us were concerned about was what happened in Kansas. Kansas eliminated their income tax, and they kept spending money, and they kept rising the cost of the state budget and spending more money. Here we are spending more money. We're falling victim to the exact same thing over and over and over again. So thanks for pointing that out for me, Senator Bryan.
Whatever the thoughts and concerns of individuals were at the time, there is in the Senate Journal the roll call.
Senator Sparks, We've got about a minute and a half left.
I'll be brief. I don't like lump sum numbers tossed out at me. I like to see the math. 800,000, you say prescriptions?
Yes,
Okay.
880,000 prescriptions for state employees.
Can you multiply $11 times that number? It don't equal 34 million.
It equals 24. There's another part of the plan.
No,
I've got it all
equals
written
about
down.
8 or 9 million. So in all seriousness, without seeing the math, I respect your position on the issue. I respect our employers. But my thing is, every time I've ever asked for numbers, you can't get them because it's a privacy disclosure, and they don't want to talk about the rebates, and they don't want to talk about if NADAC is actually cheaper than WAC. And if you put all that together, then we can come up with a number. I'd love to see the math, but seeing a number on here of 34 million that came from the very people that are being regulated, when you said that was calculated by 880,000 times $11, which is approximately $9.5 million, you are right. The math matters.
Yes, it does. And Senator Sparks, thank you for pointing out that we need to get more transparency in there, because House Bill 1665 would do that. It would give us the numbers we're asking for. So that's great. But let me tell you this. I could sit down with you and go over these numbers. How did you vote on the reverse repealer? Because we could have put a reverse repealer in it and kept talking on it.
I've seen a lot of reverse repealer to talk something
so
to
we don't want to
death
talk
in
anymore
this
then,
chamber.
huh?
So
yeah, so we don't want to talk anymore. I could have gotten with those. I could have gotten you with those. We're about to pass something out here. Don't have a reverse repealer in it, so why even ask?
You still can do the math when you're ready, and I'll look at your calculator.
We'll do that as soon as we pass this bill on, I guess. It'll be gone by then.
Senator Parks, you're recognized. Senator Wiggins, do you want to speak on the bill? Senator Wiggins, speak on the bill. 5 minutes.
Just as the senior senator from Jackson County, I thought I'd need to come up and talk. No, seriously, look, I haven't seen that fiscal note, but I've, one fashion or another, been involved in this for the last 3 to 4 years. And if you take those numbers at face value, the fact of the matter is that the state plan that all our teachers, prosecutors, DAs, judges, CVS is that pharmacy manager. That is part of our state plan. That is our state plan. And you know who negotiates that? The folks in charge of our state plan. That goes back to my point about negotiated contracts. We're getting in the middle of it. And if you don't like PBMs, then we don't need to have it in our state plan. But this is why 3 years ago in the committee, I did an amendment to exempt our state plan, which was going to pass the amendment passed. Only we didn't pass the bill. Because this is going to be a net number to our employees, but it's also going to be millions of dollars to our state budget. It is. That's why I did the amendment, except the strike all that's before you doesn't allow that, because we're back where we were, because we keep going for more and more, or at least certain ones. And to the point that Senator England was making, this should not be whether we have to choose between our local pharmacists or the businesses in our community. You know, as in my law office, I have a picture of my great-grandfather's store. You know what that store was? Wiggins Drug Store. He was a pharmacist. I know where we are on this. And the fact of the matter is, when you look at what Senator England mentioned, the Business Alliance, I guarantee you that all of you, at some point or another, have some representative of the Bankers Association, the Poultry Association, the Trucking Association, the Oil and Gas Association, the Propane Association. You have those in your community, and they are asking us to vote against the strike all. In fact, what they say is, Members of the business community agree that greater transparency and accountability should be required. House Bill 1665, as passed by the House, accomplished those goals without putting additional costs on the hardworking Mississippians. A vote for the strike all is a vote to mandate increases to dispensing fees and vote against the number one issue of the Mississippi Business Alliance, which has your members in it. The easy answer is to vote down the strike all, vote for the bill, and just like our business association says, we can have PBM reform, we can make our businesses happy. You combine that with the federal legislation that has occurred, and we can all have a win on this. I know that people literally want to put a middle finger to the PBMs. But policy, as we all know, is a serious business. And we need to think about what we are doing. And I encourage you, because of what we've said here, let's make the right decision, vote against the strike all. And then when the bill comes up, the House bill, which is said right here, our business community is asking us to vote for the House bill. They want us to do it. I was on the conference committee last year. I know what these issues are dealing with. If we vote for House Bill 1665 as it is, we will send it, and it'll be done. And to finish my point, we, as Mississippians, have been proud that we've been starting to be recognized as one of the best business-friendly states in the country. Low taxes, we're bringing in AI, we're bringing in data centers, we got Governor Reeves, to his credit, is going around talking about the economic activity we have in here. We're faced with literally the business community in our state, large and small, asking us to do a simple thing, which is pass the House bill. And we want to stick a middle finger to the PBMs just so we can say that. When right before us is the easy answer, which is pass the House bill as they ask us to, and we can move on and don't have to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator England, for what purpose?
I have a question of the senior senator.
His
from
5
Jackson
minutes
County.
is up. We'll have to have an extension, Senator England.
I'll move to allow an extension.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Wiggins, a moment ago, the state income tax elimination was brought up when I was at the well. That was to allow hardworking Mississippians to have more money in their pocket. Isn't that why we voted that in?
It was.
Okay. And here we are voting potentially for a strike all that's going to take money right back out of their pocket. Is that correct?
Based on the numbers being presented, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. I appreciate your hard work on this. I know you've worked on this for a long time, and that we, every time we think we have a compromise and a clean bill, and I'll ask you this, if we defeat this strike all and pass House Bill 1665, where does it go?
If we defeat the strike all?
If we defeat the strike all and pass the House bill.
And pass the House bill, it goes to the governor.
It goes straight to the governor?
Yeah,
So
because it came to us without a reverse repealer.
If we pass this strike all, where does it have to go?
If we pass the strike all, it's got to go back to the House.
That's what I thought. I think
so
the cleaner option may be to pass House Bill 1665.
And it would go straight to the governor, and we would have, and this issue would be behind us, and we would have PBM reform before our constituents.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. I really appreciate you answering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Bryan, for what purpose? You want to speak on the bill? Senator Bryan is recognized for 5 minutes.
When we pass the income tax, we may have in some fashion put a few pennies into the pockets of hardworking Mississippians, but you raise the gasoline taxes on the hardworking Mississippians. You set the stage for the hardworking Mississippians to have to raise their own ad valorem taxes on their cars and on their homes and on their businesses because there's not going to be enough money in the state coffers to fund state government. Everyone in this chamber knew it, including the people who voted for it.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question for Senator Bryan.
Well, he's yielded the floor right now. Senator Bryan, will you yield? He will not yield. Thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
One moment, please. All right, Senator Parks, I think we're ready for you to close, ma'am.
So is this closing on the amendment at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Been a lot of conversation for the last 20 minutes. This is how we begin this. Pharmacists in Mississippi, especially our independent rural pharmacies, they're not asking for special treatment. They're asking for fair reimbursement system that affects the actual cost to dispense the prescription under NADAC. The payment is based on real acquisition cost for the drug plus the dispensing fee. This means a total reimbursement is simple. There's nothing inflated and there's nothing unreasonable about it. I will go at this time and remind you of what our Medicaid department has done. They have a net savings of $54 million. That is a dispensing fee plus an independent cost of NADAC. You know, there's been a lot said about the physical note and the information that was provided. Again, there is two components to this, not just multiplying how many ever times prescriptions you have and coming up with a number. It is where your savings is going to come from is through the NADAC. That's proven it's 22% less than the WAC. It's used by multiple states. Multiple states have adopted PBM reform. This is not new. We're not going out on a limb. We're talking about a physical note. I'm here to tell you, I've been here for several years. We have passed multiple pieces of legislation every day that affect state agencies without a physical note. And to Senator Bryan's point, we passed tax reform without a physical note. I'd like to address the cost of insurance to our state plan. Senator, I understand the concern about the potential cost of the state plan, the taxpayers, the state employees, especially our teachers. That's why it's important for me to rely on objective data, and that is what I have provided over and over today, rather than assumptions. Across the country, the states that transition from the WAP-based reimbursement to the NADAC methodology has not seen an increase in drug cost. We've seen that in both Georgia, Arkansas, etc. West Virginia, all of those have that documented information. Again, plus we have our own state Medicaid program where we've seen a $54 million net. You know, the point on damaging businesses. You know, again, I'm going to repeat. In fact, every analysis we've seen and other states show that PBM reform does not harm an employer or its health plan. What it does is ensure that the reimbursements are transparent, they're predictable, they're tried, they're the actual cost of the medication. This is true transparency. Every employer should love it because they can now do the math themselves and see every prescription that's filled. That makes them a better negotiator. I ask you to vote yes. I move adoption of the substitute strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? No. Michelle? No. England? No. Thompson? No. McMahon? No. I'm sorry. Present? Present. Harkins? Anyone else? I'm sorry, no. Wiggins? No. Hickman? No. Norwood? Anyone else? Anyone else? Present, other than the one present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Noes noted. We move to 132. I'd like to welcome Senator Kevin from Vicksburg is over here. Kevin, nice to have you. A representative, Kevin. Good to see you. All right, Senator McMahon, you're recognized for an announcement.
On behalf of Senator Bryan and myself, we have two Lee County educators here today in the South Gallery. I'd like to ask for Jackie Davis Brown and Pam Marshall to stand, and for their Senate to give them a warm welcome.
Senate, we're on 132. Senator Bryan.
I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Visit and extend validity periods of certification and ID cards to 24 months.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee amendment, and I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. The strike all that we did to House Bill 895, the first thing we did, well, in 895, one of the things they had done was extend the medical card to 24 months and not requiring a physician follow-up within 6 months. So the strike all that we did went back to our original language. So you have to be seen, the card's only good for a year, and you have to have a 6-month follow-up. We removed the statutory THC caps on cannabis concentrates, tinctures, ointments, and oils. Also in the strike all, we went back to the, the bill extended the cannabis caregiver card to 5 years. We cut that back to 2 years. And that's an explanation of the strike all amendment. Now yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? On the strike all, I'm sorry. Seeing none, Senator.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, on the bill, Senator.
Move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes,
Senator McCon's
Senator,
recognized.
I understand we got the strike all here, and I was trying to get back into the strike all, the strike through language on ours. What is the current time in which a caretaker has to go in and be?
1 year.
1 year. So we're
Right.
going to 2 years now?
We're going to 2 years. Yeah, it's a little bit of a hardship on some of them, but again, the House version had 5 years, which I personally thought was just way too long.
Well, I agree it's way too long, but the House every now and then brings some things over here that we want to work back through. But I don't know why we're going to 2 years. Are we requiring a recertification if there's still a caretaker?
That's what it is, the recertifications. They've got to go in, pay a fee, get their fingerprints done, and do that every year. I just think that's a little bit excessive.
So are we going to, I don't really have a problem with the background check or putting that for 2 years, but we're actually taking the affidavit back off saying that, you don't have to come in but every 2 years to certify that you're still a caretaker.
That's right.
So that simple form, I guess my question is this: whenever the patient expires on us, and they're no longer a caretaker, when does it trigger that they no longer are a caretaker exception under the bill?
Well, I would imagine, like you said, when the patient expires, they no longer have a patient to take care of.
So how do we know that they don't have a patient? If we're going back 2 years now, I mean, if they're good for 2 years, I guess that's my question. And that's actually what the association couldn't answer for me, was that until someone tells them or tells the agency that the person's expired and they're no longer here, then there's not a trigger saying it terminates the caretaker's ability.
Well, they're not going to be able to get any product. They don't have a patient to take care of.
I understand, and I still think there's a problem in there that we're not triggering when to terminate that caretaker card, and that's my eventual deal.
I understand.
Thank you, Senator.
Again, I move for final passage by use of one roll call.
One moment, please. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I'd like to speak on the bill.
You're recognized to come forward. Senator Gillespie Isom, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Blackwell, before you start?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Senator Isom, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Black, I just want to know, why do we want to eliminate and make it 2 years before they have to be, followed up again?
Because of the hardship on the caregiver, they're having to pay a fee. They're having to take the time and go get fingerprinted every year. It's just trying to make it easier on the caregiver.
But even for a heart patient or anyone else, we have to go in more than, that length of
You're
time.
talking two different things. The patient still has to go in every 6 months.
Okay.
All right. I don't know of any caregiver for a heart patient that has to go in and get certified.
Okay. But with the caregiver, still, why would they not have to take the patient with them or something within a year's period of time?
I'm trying to follow your line of your thought process here, but
I guess I'm asking, we're saying 24 months for a follow-up, correct?
no, not for a follow-up. The patient has to have a 6-month follow-up.
Okay.
The House bill had language in it that would allow for 24 months. We're going back to our original language in the bill.
Okay, so you're taking it to 6 months and not 24?
Well, they get it for a year, but they have to have a follow-up visit every 6 months.
Okay.
Sort of just like using your cardiology case. I see my cardiologist every 6 months.
Right.
All right. It's not required, but we do require it in this particular program.
So in this bill, what is going to be the standard? Is it 6 months or 24 months?
It's 6 months for a follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question, please.
You yield for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in this bill, we are making it, the THC levels higher, making it stronger, correct?
We're leaving it, we're not requiring a cap, and we're currently the only state in the country that requires a cap. And sort of ironically, we had a bill that we killed earlier this session, a pharmacy bill, in which a pharmaceutical company wanted to add all sorts of things into the drugs. We killed that, saying that's not healthy. But yet at the same time, we're doing that in our medical program, cannabis program. So all we're doing is simply removing that, where these fillers that we have no control over are getting put into these medications.
So with the passage of HB 1152, where Memphis, Tennessee residents can come to DeSoto County and buy, we're also making it to where they can buy a stronger product.
I don't know about, they're only going to be limited to their 24 units that they currently have access to, nothing more.
It could be stronger.
It may be stronger, I don't know.
And that being the county that sits right above us, where the president called the National Guard in, that we're going to allow them to come down to DeSoto County and buy stronger
I tell you
product.
what, Senator McClendon, I'm fairly well connected in the medical community in DeSoto County. I'll be happy to let everybody know that you would prefer nobody in Mississippi, no provider in Mississippi sees anybody from Tennessee. Does that suit you?
We're talking about HB 1152.
Yeah, I'm talking about a medical
and
program.
890. I don't care. I don't care.
Well,
tell them. All we're doing is making the weed stronger. Is that correct? And we went through this whole commotion here.
We're
3 years ago.
We're eliminating the requirement for them to put additional fillers into the medication.
Can it be more potent than what it is now?
It may be more potent.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll be brief. We've passed several bills with expansion of the medical cannabis program. We have passed one that allows doctors to now not be certified cannabis providers to recommend medical cannabis to a patient who does not have a qualifying condition in the original bill that we passed. We've allowed out-of-state residents now to come in and partake of medical cannabis. This also is taking any limits off the THC. Mississippi seems to be looking at the dollars that we can bring in rather than looking at some of the research that's coming out about the dangers of high concentrate regular usage of THC. And in a few years, Mississippi will be looking, well, even now, because I'm having substance abuse counselors come and tell me that young people that have got on the medical marijuana program now are having psychosis and meltdowns and can't hold a job. So some of this stuff that we're doing, we're just not looking at the research coming out of the nation and of other states as to the negative effects, because we don't want to admit that there's any type of negative effect with THC or marijuana, that it's all good, it's a healthy plant, and there's no negative effects. But if you open your eyes and look around, there's a lot of negative effects. And I don't begrudge somebody getting relief from a certain problem, but we've opened this thing wide open so anybody can pretty much get it for anything, and we've taken all the caps off of it, and it seems like all the health department's looking at is the dollars that we can get. And I think we're making a big mistake. I knew the minute they passed that bill, it would never be good enough, that they'd be back and back and back and back and back and open it up and open it up. And the biggest complaint I hear from my folks now is they smell marijuana everywhere they go, in the car lines at school, coming out of the 18-wheelers on the interstates. And that's all been since we passed that bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You're recognized.
You know, one of the interesting things about being here in the legislature is seeing the different types of bills that get passed. Senator Hill just went on a ramble here and could probably be the poster child for hypocrisy. Earlier last week, we passed a bill for Ibogaine. Remember that? It's a Schedule I drug. It's an illegal drug. It's a psychedelic drug. But yet people stood up here at the well, and it was by accident. Back in the 60s, it got put in the Schedule I. Shouldn't have been done. It has great health benefits. Such great health benefits, you've got to go out of the friggin' state to get the care. But yet we vote for not one question asked. And I support the Ibogaine, Senator. I support. But here we have a drug that has been accepted from a medical use standpoint, and we're trying to move people away from smoking by increasing the concentration of the concentrates and the tinctures and the ointments. It does not expand any additional access. It doesn't loosen purchase limitations or weaken any oversight. It puts everything in the Department of Health's purview. All day long, I'm from a state that borders another state. A county that borders another state. We have people from Tennessee that come down for retail purchases, health care, and other shopping, eating, whatever. Those of you who are along the Alabama coast or side, you have Alabama, you have Louisiana. We have no problem with these people coming in and certainly from a health care standpoint, providing health care services for them. It's not going to change. They still have to be applied. They still have to qualify for a card. But that's not what this particular bill does. We already passed that. Anyway, I'll yield for questions or request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Was Ibogaine a clinical trial, or were you handing it out?
Senator, I'm not recognizing you with all due respect.
I'm just asking. You call me a hypocrite. I'm talking with respect.
Last year, you came up here and basically called me a liar, and then you refused to take questions. So I'm not going to answer any of your questions.
Well, that's fine, because everybody knows it was a clinical trial.
All right, Senator.
Attorney General gave me the paper that I read last year.
All right, Senator, let's go. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized on your vote, sir.
Again, my motion is to final passage by the use of morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Chisholm, Hartness, Hobson, Johnson, Rhodes, Berry, Parks, Whaley, Ladner, Norwood, Michelle, DeBar, McClendon, Suber, McCon, Taylor, Tate, Seymour, Hill. Nineteen no votes, bill passes. Senator Bryan.
I ask to pass and retain.
Pass and retain 133. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins. We're on 134, Senate.
Mr. President, I ask that we pass and retain item 134, go to item 135, and call that up as the title.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1752, salaries of judge, delete provisions setting a level recommended by State Personnel Board.
Make the make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I call up the strike all, and I do have a strike all in lieu of that I'd like to present.
You're recognized.
A substitute strike all, I'm sorry.
You're recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you will, bear with me a little bit. I wanted to give a small detail of explanation. This goes back to the bill we did earlier, so this is a companion bill. You've heard me talk about the Judicial Operations Fund and how through appropriations and working with Chairman Hobson, we've been trying to get this straight. Well, this is the main bill that we're doing with that. And if you remember, there was the Judicial Operations Fund, and then what we have is we have the general law that sets out the salaries and the funds that our judges use. Because of the things that I've related earlier, we're having to address this. And the substitute strike all before you, it's no different from the strike all that we adopted in committee, except we are addressing the part of the code that deals with the salaries of the judges for our county court judges. When we started looking at it after committee, we realized that that needed to be addressed too. And so I'm just briefly going to go through it. If you, the substitute strike all in section 2, if you look over at starting at line 253, that lays out the sum of the salaries of the county court judges. And then we have in there that from and after January 1 of 2027 and every 4 years thereafter, subject to appropriation by the legislature, the annual salary supplement shall be supplemented so that the sum in the paragraph and the supplement amount is equal to the level of compensation recommended by the State Personnel Board. That language is what we are applying to all of our circuit and chancery judges. We are, in essence, we are freezing the salaries that the judges have, and we have a built-in raise that occurs, and then we are tightened up the language to allow raises only when, we're calling it supplements, only when there is money in the budget or that us appropriators and the legislature say. And so that's the county court language. In Section 3, just taking it through, what we've had to do, as I've stated, is raise the fees that are paid to the Supreme Court, the Chancery Court, and the Circuit Court to fund what was the Judicial Operations Fund. So Section 3 covers that. Section 4 covers the Chancery Court. Section 3 covers the Supreme Court filing fees. Section 4 covers the Chancery Courts. What we've also done is we've stair-stepped it. So for 2 years, there'll be a raise in the fees. Then in 2 more years, there'll be a raise in the fees. So we're stair-stepping that. Then in Section 8, that's where we deal with the salaries of our justices, and that language that you see there is the language that is the salaries with what we're saying is the LBR factored in, the raises, and then what we have subsequent to there, if you look at line 804, if you look at lines 825, that language that I read earlier about the supplements and subject to the appropriation of the legislature, that is in there to address so that there can't be a unilateral raising of the salaries as has occurred a couple years ago. Then if you look at lines 849, that is freezing the salary of our district attorneys. And there, again, there's a stair step there. And that gives us, we believe, the language that we need to ensure that we have jurisdiction over any such supplements or raises. And if you look at line 889, the State Personnel Board shall provide to the AOC a report no more than one time in a 4-year period. So we're bringing it back to the SPB. So I know that's a little detailed, but that's what we're doing, and be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move adoption of the substitute strike all, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If there's no questions, we would move passage on the morning roll call.
The morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Present? Hill. Bill passed by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 114 on today's calendar, House Bill 1612.
One moment. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recognized to explain this strike all.
You're recognized.
Or do we need to have the title read?
No, you have to have the title read.
All right, let's read the title, please.
Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1612, Department of Public Safety, consolidate offices and revise provisions related to.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion, that's correct. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If I could be recognized to explain this strike all amendment.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Department of Public Safety's omnibus bill this session, and we had a similar one that we had already passed out of the Senate, but this is the House version. And our strike all to House Bill 1612, Section 1 would amend Section 4512 to consolidate certain offices within the department. Currently, I think they have 11 or 12 different divisions, but Commissioner Tyndall wants to do a consolidation and make it only 4 different units. So the 4 units, if this becomes law, would be the Mississippi State Patrol, which would be the uniform unit of DPS and would consist of the Capitol Police, the Commercial Transportation Enforcement Division, or CTED, and the Mississippi Highway Patrol. The second division would be the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, which would be the investigative unit of the Department of Public Safety and consist of the Department of Criminal Investigations, the Bureau of Narcotics, the Bureau of Homeland Security, and the Bureau of Forensics, also known as the State Crime Lab. This structure would mirror other states' Bureau of Investigations and was recommended by the Director of MBI and the Director of MBN. The third division would be the Mississippi Law Enforcement Division, which would include the Office of Public Safety and Planning, the Mississippi Law Enforcement Officer Training Academy, and the Driver Services Bureau, and the Office of Standards and Training. And finally, the Support Services would be the final division, which would include all the divisions related to the day-to-day operations of DPS. Placing all these divisions under the 4 distinct units should result in better collaboration between the divisions and cost savings for various support services, administrative expenses, and equipment. And as DPS now moves into its new headquarters in April with all the divisions under the same roof, this statutory alignment would be very similar to how we've been operating currently, and it would enhance the public safety mission and put more resources on the front lines. Secondly, the strike law would amend sections 19.5.371 to delete the repealer on section 19.5.357, which is the provisional law that authorizes a fee on each subscriber service line within the state of Mississippi, funding the training by the Board of Emergency Telecommunications Standard and Training. Section 4161.75 would amend to increase the fee paid to the state medical examiner per completed autopsy. The previous fee was $1,000 per autopsy. The new fee would be $1,200. This fee has been the same since 2008 and is far below what other states charge and for such services and is in line with what we pay contract pathologists through the medical examiner's office. Also, section 6321.39 would be amended to increase the fee that DPS charges for the completion of a safety inspection for the purpose of requesting a branded title on a vehicle with a salvage certificate of title. Various fees would be increased from $75 to $125 and from $25 to $50. That's basically what the strike law amendment does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question?
Certainly, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember in the discussion in committee, there were some questions about moving around the different agencies, and since we've subsequently seen legislation that addresses some issues in the retirement system that just came out recently, I think there were some fiscal questions.
Yes.
Would it be a friendly amendment if we offered a reverse repealer into this bill?
I'd be happy to do that. There were questions asked relative to certain members of DPS who had gone to the training academy, I think, and maybe it started at the Highway Patrol, then transferring to MBN or MBI or Capitol Police, and whether they remain in the separate retirement system of the Highway Patrol. And I think what Commissioner Tyndall testified to is that, yes, if anyone who's been through the training academy and gets that particular separate retirement system, even if they transfer to another unit like MBN or MBI or Capitol Police, they stay in that system. So I think that was sort of the concerns. Those are some of the questions asked, and those are the answers I received. But absolutely, I'm happy for a reverse repealer if that would make anyone feel better.
Right. Thank you. I would have an amendment at the proper time.
It's the proper time, Senator Sparks.
Mr. President, may I be recognized to explain the amendment?
You're recognized to explain the amendment.
This amendment would just simply add a reverse repealer to House Bill 1612 so that we could get some more clarifying information. I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none.
Move for adoption of the
All in
amendment.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Sonnegan, we're recognized back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there
Strike
are no
all.
other questions, I would move adoption of the strike all amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If no further questions, I move adoption of the measure by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Vote is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Fillingham. We're back on your bill, I think, Senator, at 1:30.
If I could move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 115 on today's calendar, House Bill number 525.
The motion is to suspend the rules to go back to 115 on the calendar, House Bill 525. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. I'd like to get that item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 525, sexual battery, create a mandatory minimum of penalties.
Make the usual motion.
Here's the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This House bill raises the minimum sentence to 5 years on sexual battery as defined in the code. We had an amendment in committee that removed this provision as it related to age-based charges, but it raises a second offense from 30 years to 40 years on the max, but it has a 5-year minimum on a sexual battery conviction. That is a brief explanation of the bill. I'd be glad to yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
We're on an amendment, Senator.
I'm sorry, move.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was adopted in committee. We need to adopt it on the floor. I've moved to adopt the amendment that strikes the age-related crimes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready.
If there are no questions, I'd move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll calls requested. Anyone object? Vote is voting no. Present. Simmons. No. Hickman. No. Norwood. No. Jackson. No. Jackson. No. Simmons, S. No. Brumfield. President, I'm sorry, President Brumfield. No. No. Isom. No. Mumford. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. 136. Senator Simmons, for what purpose? Fine. Senator Fillingham. Pass and retain. Senator Rhodes. Senate, we're on 137. Advising consent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 137 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 31, Jack Ryan Norris, Gulfport, Mississippi, Mississippi Commission on Environmental Quality as a representative from the 2nd Supreme Court District, 7-year term, effective July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2032. Vice John Dane, 3rd.
I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized.
Senate nomination 31 is Jack Norris. Mr. Norris has been appointed by the governor to serve for a 7-year term ending June 30th of 2032. He passed through committee with a peer report and no opposition, and he's been spoken very highly of by many members of the Senate. If there's no questions, I move that we advise and consent by usage of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Call is voting no. Present. Appointment is confirmed. Senator Rhodes.
I'd like to call up item 138 and ask the title be read.
Clerk, read the right title.
Senate nomination number 32, Gregory Charles Greg Rader, Columbus, Mississippi, Mississippi Commission on Environmental Quality, represent the 3rd Supreme Court District, remainder of a 7-year term effective December 30th, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2029. Vice Brenda Lathan.
I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Senate nomination 32 is Mr. Greg Rader. Mr. Rader has been appointed to serve on the Commission of Environmental Quality, representing the 3rd Supreme Court District, for the remainder of a 7-year term that will end June 30th of 2029. After reviewing the peer reports in committee, Mr. Rader's passed through the committee with no opposition. If there are no questions, I move we advise and consent by use of the morning roll call.
No questions. Morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present. Passes unanimously. We're through the calendar. Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I'm informed that we need to make a technical amendment to a bill that passed earlier in the week. If I'm recognized for this purpose, I would move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of the motion to reconsider, which is item 35 on today's calendar.
One moment,
on House
please.
Bill 314.
One moment. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House.
Well, first, the motion is to reconsider, I'm sorry. You suspend the rules, sorry. Suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan, we suspend the rules for number 35 HB 314.
Mr. President, this is
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 314, Aubergine, authorize SGA to select a consortium to conduct a drug development clinical trial which secure FDA's approval of.
Mr. President, this is the Aubergine bill. I'm told there are technical amendments we need to make. For that reason, I move that we do reconsider the vote by which the bill passed.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Mr. President, I would ask that you recognize Senator Harkins.
Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. There is a technical amendment. After passed, there was some potential confusion on which lead institution we were defining. So my motion is that we reconsider the vote by which strike all amendment number 1 passed.
And your recommendation, Senator?
Yeah, my motion is that we reconsider the vote by which strike all amendment 1 passed.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins,
All right. I'll be recognized to explain the amendment to the strike all amendment.
you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. We're amending lines 56 through 57 by deleting after the effective date of this act, and this basically will eliminate the confusion on which lead institution. Another state has passed a bill similar, and so it's just eliminating potential confusion on which lead institution we are defining in the bill. That is the explanation of the amendment. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are no amendments.
Question on the amendment, Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator Harkins?
I do.
Senator
Senator
Hill.
Harkins, this is a clinical trial, is it not?
Yes, it is. It would be.
It would be a clinical trial if
Yes.
it gets to the governor. When we passed Harper Grace's law, I believe I signed on to that clinical trial with you, did I not?
I believe you did.
And that was also a clinical trial.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Harkins, seeing no further questions, sir.
With no objection, I move to adopt the amendment to the
All in
strike all.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please
Now-
proceed.
Now I move we adopt the strike all as amended.
Motion is to adopt the strike all as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And I suggest final passage on the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Call is voting no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Bill passed by use of morning roll call. 1 no vote. Senator Chisholm. Okay, we're through the calendar here. Anyone else? Anyone else? We'll go to announcements. Announcements, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold a few items on a motion to reconsider.
One moment. Just a second. Let me get the pen out here. Okay, please proceed, Senator.
Number 95 on today's calendar, House Bill 908. Number 113 on today's calendar, House Bill 538. And number 115 on today's calendar, House Bill 525, all on a motion to reconsider.
No objection. They're held to the chairman. Senator Hobson,
Announcement.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder to all the members, you should have a card on your desk, but the Turkish-Mississippian Friendship Dinner is at 6:15 tonight at the Old Capitol. For any of you, love for you to attend. Thank you.
Senator Younger,
Announcement.
Please.
Adjourn in memory, I'm sorry.
please proceed.
Today, when the Senate adjourns, do so in memory of Mr. Bobby Harper from Columbus. He was one of the finest men we had in Lowndes County. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCon.
Journey memory.
Please proceed.
As the Senate adjourns today, we are all have probably met in the past. Senator Mark Daley. Senator Daley's had to bypass a trip that he was coming to see us because his nephew John O'Connor passed away. We'd like to remember him as we adjourn today.
Thank you very much, Senator. It's a friend of Mississippi. Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold on today's calendar number 82, HB 1152, as well as number 132 on today's calendar, HB 895.
The chairman, Senator Isom.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to be added to item number 95 and item number 112 on the calendar today.
Seeing no objection granted, Senator England. I'm sorry, I haven't looked it up. Just one second. Senator Isom withdraws her. Senator Isom withdraws her request. Senator England.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, for an adjournment memory, please.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, as we adjourn today, I ask that the senators join me in adjourning in memory of Mr. Wesley Guy of Goche. He was a longtime family friend, very nice man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator England. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Long day. Appreciate everybody's hard work today. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 5 p.m. today, at which time the Journal will reflect we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Anyone who hadn't voted, please make sure you vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We stand in recess.